Peace, everyone. I am Joy Allen of Karmic Dynasty. Today, though, we are on the I Am My Sister's Keeper series. This is an open panel discussion. So if you would like to join us on the panel, the link is in the description. So go to the link, make some moves, join us on the panel, speak your piece, add value to the broadcast. We appreciate you doing that. So, peaceful, respective greetings to everyone. Konnichiwa, hola, rahubet, assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum salam, dua, duawu, hetepu, 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 hetepu. Greetings to everyone and peace. I have with me today on the panel my sister, the Hamid, Latrell DeWitt herself. Welcome to I Am My Sister's Keeper. How are you today? It's an honor to have you here. Gratitude, gratitude.
I am great. I'm outside near my little raised bed enjoying the rising sun, and I'm honored to be here
Very
on
good, very
Karmic
good.
Dynasty.
Yes. Let's see. What was I supposed to ask you? Oh, share with everyone your intro. Tell us a little about who you are, how we can contact you, and however else you see fit to introduce yourself and open the show. Gratitude.
Greetings. Okay. Greetings. I am Latrell, as Sister Joy mentioned. I am currently in the South, which is awesome. Uh, Let me see. I have been working at finding ways to assist people to take better care of themselves using food. I like doing stuff like that. Let me see. Uh, I finally did something for myself for some of the elements I was birthed with, and I use that as a reference. And a lot of the customers that gave great feedback, I use that. That's what the we got this our health and well being is about. Those two little short mantras. Um, I've been on social media for a while. I've got videos out there where you see me doing workshops at my old company where I'm working with foods and working with essential oils. Um, I do custom essential oil blends and whatnot. I've done those for years. I like doing custom because I get to do a more thorough, specific one to the person when I can talk with them. My Gmail I prefer to use is my business Gmail, which is Sonya Kaleidoscope, SONYAKaleidoscope @gmail.com. I do have a page out there for whatever reason I can no longer access, but it still exists, which is by the same name, and there are some pictures and videos and information there. Sonya's Kaleidoscope on Facebook, SONYASKALIDOSCOPE, and that's Sonya's Kaleidoscope on Facebook. There's a lot of information, and seeing as I have difficulties accessing that for whatever upgrade reason, I created another page which I put question mark foraging as an option, and that was with the intention to encourage folks to look around the outside their living quarters, um, and possibly find things or locate things that they can forage if necessary. Like dandelion is pretty well known. Lamb quarters, I don't know if you have those, but the point was to encourage that. But where I was originally at when I started that page, when it becomes fall and winter, there's really not much that I see. So I started sharing other people's information that had great products that I have personally experience with and that I would like to use. And the Black Forager, she was actually foraging and she travels to forage. I said that's what I would want. That's what I really wanted to do with my page. I wasn't able to, so I shared someone else. And that's basically it. Just do my best to show people that it's possible. I know times are tighter now for some people, but you have many options on the journey of taking better care of yourself without all these questionable prescription drugs. And that's it for now.
Gratitude, gratitude. I appreciate you sharing. Let's see. I had a question. Now, when I have a broadcast, I share with everyone how we got to the broadcast. Now, Latrell DeWitt is a Facebook friend of mine, and well, I'm a Facebook friend. We're Facebook friends,
Yes.
and I there's very few people I watch their lives on Facebook. Very few people, and I can count them on one hand. I promise you.
Wow.
So, yeah, you're one of that five or less that I watch on Facebook Live, and like there are people. Of course, I watch them to see if I'm gonna watch them. So I do watch them. But the people who, when that live button is on and I'm aware of it, or I get the notification, I'm definitely tuning in. And Latrell DeWitt is one. So Latrell has assisted me with my path on herbal remedies.
Awesome.
So with the I say assist because of course I'm not an expert. Um, I don't know everything. Not as far as what I know that I know. What I do know is there are times when I need a herbal remedy, a natural remedy, and I reach out to Latrell and she's on it. So I appreciate that. I had and y'all know I'm transparent. I might be a little bit embarrassed about what I say. This is one of those times. So I'm gonna say this. So there was a time I was preparing for the Detroit lecture, and it was just like it was so big and so it was just massive. The time and energy I put into it, and it was one of those moments where I needed a break. There was one of those moments where I needed just I had. So you know when you have one of those exhale moments and you just fall back like, whew, man, I need a moment. You just lay back. Okay, well, when I was preparing for that, I was working on my bed and I needed extra space because I was working with the planning. I was on the organizing committee. I was also on the committee that was in the kitchen. And then I found out I was going to be a guest speaker. So I had to pull in an extra table to put another notebook and another setup because I had everything in its place. So when I fell back, I hit my head on the wooden table. And not too long after that, my ear was bleeding. So I had reached out to Latrell like, oh, what do I do for my ears bleeding? She told me to get some shepherd's purse for internal bleeding. And since that time, and I know this helps with hemorrhaging for women, and they have like heavy menstrual cycles. That's my study of this. Also, I have a note on here for myself to help clean the blood that I can use turmeric and basil. So Latrell has been a gift to me, a tribute to the community. I appreciate her being here again today. I'm saying it again. Also, right quick before I continue to Latrell's follow up I have for her. This right here is Amber Gaucher. Peace to the Hamet. I appreciate you being here. Peace. We are on the I Am My Sister's Keeper series with Latrell DeWitt. And also speaking peace, great rising hugs to Kai Creatures from her YouTube channel, and peace to my sister Shay Charbet. I seen that sis star, so I thought of Shay you. To my sister Charbet, greetings to you as well. Charbet will be on here on the platform later today at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So come back, join me a little later, and be here with me, myself, and Charbet. Gratitude, everyone. So that's my how to with Latrell, how we got here. So Latrell, talk to us if you would about how you got into herbal remedies and what sparked your interest, what piqued, what got you there, and what had you maintain the interest? How did you get the interest and what made you maintain it?
The interest started from home. Between my mom, all my great aunts that I know, and my grandmother, their cooking and how they use herbs. My mother had a spice rack, So that's where it started at. And knowing that my mom used two specific things when I was younger for all my respiratory complaints, which was Big Paper Rub on a spoon. And I find out what the oils that are specifically in there, and I don't use the petroleum anymore. And how fast acting it was, and how she would use stuff like just basic hot tea, which I found out was a black tea, some honey, and a lemon. So that was where it started. I was like, I need something else because I don't like black tea. I took it. My mother gave it to me when I was feeling ill, especially when I was suffering from respiratory complaints, and before it turned into a full on asthma attack, which is horrible. I've experienced too many of them. I was like, I gotta find something else that I like, that I know. So it started there, and also like I said, because I love cooking, as many people know, and when I cook, I love sweets, and that's where I started at, mainly breakfast and sweets. And in breakfast and sweets, I've used a lot of nutmeg over the years. Not anymore though. Cinnamon, vanilla extract, and things. Just basic stuff that was around me growing up. I always loved them. It's like, oh my gosh, I gotta find other ways to use them. So basically, just at home in the kitchen, loving food, smelling food, being in the kitchen, waiting to eat, and then being allowed to go and just get in there and do my own thing. And the reason why it's continued is because what I was doing from what I learned from growing up, it was just a temporary fix. I wanted more than a temporary fix. So growing up, I was nicknamed the health food nut by my brother, my siblings, seriously, because I'm always trying to figure out what can I do to take care of myself. And at that time, I was still using what I was taught in the society at large, which is not necessarily good and right, specifically for should I say, non-ether people. I like to say that instead of melanated. So I kept working at it, and each step of the way, from being in school to accessing books to collecting books and just reading, and thinking and whatnot, I started mapping out stuff. Then one day I came across a cooperative while I was still small. I went in and I said, okay, this is where I need to be. And in the midst of me finding it the first time and then going back to join, it had moved. I found it like a couple of weeks later. And since October, I was a part of that store as a member worker, laboring, and eventually staff. But while I was there, I had access to more stuff than just a handful of farmer market produce. I had access to information through the store. Not that I couldn't find it in books. I'm a book. Um, I drink books, but my son beats me at that, as I call it, drinking books for information. I like collecting information. I like researching, so it was no problem for me. I got to speak and meet farmers who brought in the produce while I was working there, opening, and ask them questions. So I'm always asking questions. I mean, I read it. I have certain experience with certain specific spices and herbs from growing up and just being curious. But I just networked with people while I was where I worked at, and I asked questions from not just everyday people, but from professional gardeners, or long-term gardeners, actual farmers, and things of that nature. People who were doing organic gardening, etc., and so forth. And then I had access to literature or scholarly magazines that had science backing some of the information. And I only collect science research, especially when they do human research, regardless of what being, whether it's Caucasian or whatever. They never specifically say that, so I keep that in mind. But I just gather that information. I started buying those magazines, and I've read things like Herbal Gram, which is awesome. Herbal Gram, Herb Companion, which is primarily farmers and gardeners. But the point is, I gathered information from a lot of places because I was curious, and I want to increase uh, my options. And at the co-op, they had an awesome herbal bulk herbal section and herbal bulk grains and spices and herbs. So, like I said, I wanted to let me see, what did I do? Reverse some of the conditions that I've been dealing with since birth, and I did, and I was like, awesome. So that's pretty much. I missed that. Oh, I missed that. They started growing less and less seeded stuff, so that's another thing. While I'm growing, I want seeded stuff because I feel a difference in consuming seeded produce versus non-seeded. Life begot life, and if it ain't got seasoning, trust me, it's not. You're not getting all you need. Oh, that's my Gmail. Woo, that'll cleanse you right out. Yes, it will. You got all kinds of pictures coming up.
This is your what? This is your what?
That's the original form of my Gmail. I've always loved pineapples.
Okay.
So that was the only way I could take this particular product because it has the Irish moss. That particular version, it had like about, I don't know, 8 different greens from. I couldn't stop adding stuff. I refashioned it, but that was my Gmail. It stands for green mineral enzymic liquid libation, and I was trying to put in that acronym to help people understand you're gonna get a lot of things, including your minerals and your enzymes and other nutrients in a short term. So, and you get your green stuff, which is chlorophyll rich, which is important. So that's when I was making them fresh for people. But sometimes that's not easy because people are hard to catch up with, and I was delivering it to them. So, and
Okay.
I just reuse jars. But yeah, that's all that is. That helped me out a lot. That's something I took for like probably 3 full months because I not only it was not only helping me, but I was like I had a taste for it. But after about 3 full months of taking it, I didn't. I kept making it, but I didn't have a taste for it because I whatever was going on from my anemia, which I would my bones would get so cold. I would get so cold I get cold down to my bones, and it takes me forever to rewarm up. That cleansed me, that detox and cleansed me and nourished me so well that I don't have anemia and a few other bone issues I have had on top of that. I don't experience. I don't have. Uh, it drew out a lot of mucus, but I didn't have the drainage from my eyes and ears. That's how messed up I was. On top of having asthma, allergies, sinus, whatever. So that was one of the one things I finalized that I took that helped out a lot. And I still make that, but now I make it in powder form because a lot of folks, you know, I'm not near now that are interested in what I do, and a lot of folks don't like the taste. So I will capsulate it small quantities. Like listen, powder is better, but some people don't want to taste stuff. I ain't that upset. I understand. It don't taste delicious, but it works so well.
No, it don't taste good.
That's my king. And it helped him out a great deal. He can't help but rave about it because he was also on it for an extensive period of time, and it helped him out a great deal too. He's not a promotional person, but yeah. So that's what that was. That's my Gmail.
Okay.
I like.
So this him right here.
Yes, it is. Oh, she got her picture up.
Yeah.
That is him. That is I.
Okay. Okay. Because I see the shadow. I already knew who he
Yeah.
was. I knew who he is, but I don't
Okay. He
know
always
him.
told
But
me.
just his presence in your screen, I already know who he is. I know what he's like. I know all that. I
She
know
knows
all
who
that.
you are.
Peace, peace.
She think peace
I
is.
ain't had to see
Pe-
your face. I just know from
Peacefully.
your presence in her space who
Yeah,
you are to her.
The Gmail.
She know from the present in my space.
Okay,
Okay.
the Gmail. I had problem with mucus in my limbs, my joints.
Mm.
Basically, I couldn't raise my knee up to my chest. I started taking the Gmail, and within 6 months, I was putting my knee up to my chest. My arms didn't hurt anymore. It works well. It tastes bad. I'm not gonna tell you no story, and it will clean you out. Trust me, it cleans you out.
But yeah. But the pineapple makes it taste a lot more pleasant, a little sweet. So
So, do you have a website? Excuse me, Sheba Batista from YouTube would like to try some of your products. I also wanted to ask myself if you bottle it and ship it. I know you mentioned you deliver it and try and get it fresh to people when they're around. Do you
when
do
I
you
was up
ship?
there where I was at, sorry. Go ahead.
It's hot as hell.
I'm working on that because like I relocated and the bulk of my apothecary is still upstate, but I do have ingredients here with me that are in dry form that like I've been working on designing and painting whatever wellness boxes. I do not have a website because I'm not an IT person. I mean, I got help starting one, but then I try to get back and I forget the password, forgot where it was at. So all I have is my Gmail address. All I have is my foraging as an option when I do videos. I send them there now because I don't have access to Sonia's Kaleidoscope on Facebook. So no, I'm happy to put a wellness box, a sample box, and send it. There I am. Send it off if they're interested in trying it out and then going from there. But as I said, the bulk of my apothecary is still upstate, and I've been looking for stuff around here because I like to see my stuff, touch it, and whatever. But we're in North Carolina, but if I have to like order my stuff and then package it up, then so I do that. I'm happy to mail it out, but right now I only have a select um, ingredients right now, and that's amazing stuff that works for the for your brain, which is benefits. I use it. I call it that because I used it because one of the things that the herb blend was good for was for the pineal gland, for the nerves in the brain or the capillaries are smaller, and you know that whole stress and fog people are getting it. I figured they could use something to free their brain from all the stress and fog and whatever that some of them are obviously dealing with during this so-called pandemic. I call pandemic, stressing people out too much. But anyway, I can put that on this page and on my foraging as an option as far as the wellness box. But going going forward, I'll be happy to. My cousin said she's gonna help me create a web page, so I don't have one yet. But like I said, going forward, like today or tomorrow, I can put on this page and foraging as an option page what I have available right now. And going forward, I can have more stuff available. Hopefully, some of this stuff. So
Gratitude, gratitude. Now, for those who didn't know, now you know. Latrell DeWitt is the reason why North Carolina is on my tour stop for next year. It's one of the cities on my tour for next year, which starts in the spring. So when I'm there, you'll see Latrell DeWitt also.
yeah. Hopefully, I'll have my spot by then. The one place I was interested in to rent, um, I missed the boat on that one. So by next spring, hopefully I have a location that you can come into. Already set up because it's nothing but fast food here.
We'll have it.
I will have it, and there's nothing but fast food here. And there's one little spot, but she's representing somebody else with herbs and stuff. But I like to, be able to have people custom blend stuff because some ingredients being pre-blends that people can't take because it's not safe for them or they just don't want. So that's why I still have a space to do custom specific to the person. So look for me
Gratitude.
next.
So, yep. When I'm in North Carolina, I'll be there to see Sheba Batista as well. We have here
Okay.
also with us. It says Facebook user, but this is Quana Ship. Quana, I appreciate you being here joining us as well. And I see my share admin. He's not an admin. He's Abdiel Ben Levy L. I appreciate him being here as well. Now, earlier I heard you mention a word. I didn't. It wasn't clear to me. A word you use instead of melanated. What was that word again?
What is the name of the site?
I like the word 9 ether.
Oh, 9 ether instead of melanated.
Yeah, I like the number 9,
I
and I
got you.
understand the term ether.
Okay. Did you want to share more about that?
Uh, the 9 ether.
It just sounded like you were in a thought and you thought maybe I was continuing or something. So I didn't mean to interrupt
Oh
you.
no, I just went and thought of my daughter because of her hair texture. I started using the 9 ether. I try to use that instead of using the word black because as we know in the so-called law of this society at large, that means property or dead in law and whatever. So that was just a term I decided to use for us instead of black person, black people, because in studying law and attending school for a short period of time as a paralegal, I like it. It's like now it's like it helped me to like not use that word. So that's part of the reason why I use it. And the ether, because it's a different aspect of who we are. We're not just simply physical beings. That's it. I just started thinking about that.
Okay. That's what's up. Now, also in there, I heard it real quick, and if I didn't, is where my mind went. When I
Mhm.
read and I strong knowledge and insight on the majority of what we're reading on those physician, those WebMD sites, and all that
Mhm.
stuff when we're studying, looking for things, they're not talking to us.
No,
Those
they're
are
not.
not for us. We have to read between the lines. You
Yes.
have to customize it to yourself or the individual
Yes.
you're preparing it for. Okay, I heard that right. All right. Did you
Yes.
would you speak to us more on that?
Uh,
and
okay.
possibly
Original.
some guides on how do we read around it and how do we know what's for us and where do we look for the ultimate remedy
Okay.
combination for us.
All right. So first, I just want to add one thing about like where it started. Growing up, I always like playing in the meadows, micro meadows, I call them because they weren't that big. And I'm always touching plants. Although I was told that I can't touch plants, I shouldn't be having stuff near my nose because I had allergies and asthma and I was allergic to it. Now in my mind, I'm like, no, I'm not. It's something else. But anyway, going forward, uh, I didn't read on websites at first. I just started doing this because this became a thing. I have my own library. This is like my fourth library I've created. I prefer books. And understanding that the Latin word gives you more than the layman or American broken English word in regards to what something is. I'll give you an example of what I'm trying to say. Looking up the word Shazan the berry, knowing that another word it goes by is chai berry or however you enunciate it, and understanding that the chai in or chi, I'm gonna guess in Chinese wording means life. So the Shazanda berry is the life berry. Okay, go further. Look at the Latin spelling of that word, and you will see the word most of the word umbilical cord, umbilical something. Okay, that piques me. So I'm like, okay, umbilical cord. I understand the umbilical cord is how the growing child gets fed while inside the mom's body. I understand that is the source of life for the child, and then there's these other nutrients that come through that. So I'm like, okay, that's definitely for us. And then the region that is grown in, which is the I want to say Himalayan mountain somewhere. I originally knew the uh exact place where they were grown, but in my earlier when I was originally researching and trying to get detailed information, so and then knowing last but not least that there is no place on this planet they call Earth that we have not been and that has not been influenced by us. So I claimed that the Shazan the berry. Okay, one other word which is popular: black seed, black cumin, the oil of the seed. And looking at the word in Latin, forgive me if I enunciate it wrong, Nigeria sativa or something. That word Nigeria has most of the spelling for Niagara, what is it? Uh Negas, everything that points to us. Then the word Asiatic is in the I believe the Latin wording for black seed. So knowing that when I was learning about the 5% nation and reading all the literature that they had, my brother let me read all this stuff. I'm like, okay, so that applies to melanated people because reading other information about melanated people in different wordings and enunciation, and they were called or referenced as that's us, Nigeria, Asiatic, something or another. Forgive me, I don't remember all the words, but that's what I look. That's what piques my interest. I'll research those words separately and say, yes, that's for us. And I'll read in detail about what they're supposed to benefit, how they're supposed to benefit you. And then when you're reading about herbs and whatnot, they're tricky because within the last 4 to 5 years, they started reclassifying the wording of some herbs, just like they reclassify people like they don't have a right to. Uh, Also, when they use the word herbs used since antiquity, that's a hint because there's ancient times, antiquity, there's modern, there's old times. Modern implies that it was at the beginning in the time period of their existence. And I'm talking about the Caucasian people who think they're all that and they're not. They first. No, they're not. We know this. So those are just words that cue me to go, So they don't have to ever say black, so-called black people, or melanated people, or the different names they decide to change us to, like they had it right. It's just antiquity, modern, olden time, um, in certain Latin words. That's like that the plant goes by. That cues me to look a little further and discern and know for sure that that's it's for us specifically. So I think that's about it in regards to that. So that's something people can keep look for. If for whatever reason the root word or some part of the Latin word makes you go, hmm, just research the that word, the origin of that word, and you'll find that before the Caucasian race existed and started ruling the material aspect of this society, that actually applies to us, that benefits us best. And I think that's it.
Gratitude for sharing that. Now, the video that was is playing here. This
Yes.
it looks like art. Is this compost you're working with here?
Uh, n- no, it's
No,
not compost. In the bag is oh, sorry, am I loud? The
no,
bag
you
that
good.
I
No,
start.
you.
Okay, the first bag that I got so many bags now. The first bag that I started with was I can't see the bag part. If that's in the bag on the porch, which no, it's not. The bag was compost, and then it was a bag of potting soil that I threw like leftover lettuce from a salad and all raw stuff that I didn't consume. And then I threw some seeds in there. I said, if they sprout, I'll grow them. I put cucumber, I put watermelon, I put cherry and grape. And I believe from what it tastes like, the watermelons came through. So it started off in what I called a micro mini compost bag because of what I put in there, including the seed. And now I'm transplanted it to a raised bed. That's why I'm outside because I was about to do that, finish that. So where I'm at right now, I'm over the raised bed, and I have to level it off, and instead of trying to turn the soil like I normally do, or uh, pull out the stuff that's been here forever, the wheat, what they call the grass and leaves and whatever that's been in this region, I decided to cover them with some cardboard and then put the soil on to raise the bed. Oh, I see myself. Yeah, so that's what I was doing there. I was transplanting what I got seeded to the raised bed. I didn't finish yesterday because I was getting real like hot and like needed hydration, and I didn't have enough soil. So that's what I have here today. I'm gonna finish the raised bed, and there were some seeds that I put in little pots that I brought with me, um, and that I got from my peppers that I cut up from one meal, which was red, green, and yellow. Then I got some seeds to attract the pollinators from where I was at, and they have a lot of little things that are cooperative. Sometimes you get samples of seeds from certain companies. We have a sunflower seed. We have some seeds that attract pollinators. I have some, like I said, a variety of peppers which are sprouting very well from the peppers that we have eaten in the last 2 weeks. So that's what that is. It started off one way, turned out to be a germinator of seeds. Now I need to transplant the seedlings. And I make sun tea.
Oh wow, my mama used to make sun tea.
I
That's my
love it.
favorite tea.
I have to remind myself down here because the sun is so good for so long. I'd be like, oh, I still got sun.
Yes,
Cause,
yes. And
and
I
so I
like
like,
it. After I got older, I think I
hmm
realized one reason I liked it, besides my mom
hmm
made it, is that because it's naturally sweetened. The sun naturally sweetens the tea.
and it charges it and energizes all that good stuff that we know we learned about the sun, but we don't think about when in regards to, you know, doing stuff to help us. It helps
Now
me
the
remember all that.
charging, yeah, the charging I found out about like in recent times, but
Yeah.
after I got a little older, and I learned a little bit. So yeah, I appreciate that sun tea, and it reminds me of right now, which is my favorite tea, is the lemon balm, because the lemon
Oh,
I don't even have to take it outside, just make it in my kitchen. I don't have to add any sweeteners. It's just naturally
oh,
sweet to my tasting. So
it's
it's my way
lovely.
of getting that no sweetener added tea until I can make me some sun tea, which I've not done in years. So I'm actually on to that right now.
Just put
I
it in the
appreciate you
window if you
sharing
don't
that.
go outside. I do because I'm here up north. I don't care what day of the week it is. If the sun is up, my jar is in the window. But here, I can just sit it outside, and the sun is awesome. You know, different and awesome. But up there just take a little longer. Down here, it's just like no time. My sun tea is finished, and I'm like, this is my free your brain mix. I always make myself extra strong.
And Sheba says she'd love to connect with you since you're in the
Mhm.
same state.
Okay, Sheba, where's
So,
she at? In North Carolina too. All
North
right,
Carolina,
awesome.
yes.
Okay, that's one person close. I know is close. Hello, how you
Yeah.
doing? Or greetings.
And we have a Facebook user. I'm gonna see who this is. They want to know, how do you make it the sun tea?
Oh, okay. Oh, just talk to him.
Yes, they want to know, how do you make it?
Oh, whatever herb I want to use in the case of my free your brain blend, I just simply add it to the bot. Like I add my either lime or lime essential oil. I add the herbs on top. I like adding a lime to everything, and then I put some spring water in here or distilled. You have options. Then I just turn it upside down. No particular reason. I guess I can hit the glass and just sit it outside. And I sit it where I'm at now in the back because the sun gets quite high and quite heated, as you've seen in the video you showed earlier. And I just leave it out there and I watch the color show. It could be light or dark. And I sit it out there, I would say probably 30 minutes to give you a time range. And depending on the color of it, this is pretty dark brown and earthy, quite earthy tasting. Then it's ready to go. I didn't drink this yet because I'm working on my blueberries and pomegranate, mild blueberries, not any blueberries. The wild blueberries are the ones that's helpful for your bone health. It works in pomegranate. And it doesn't need to be set in the sun, but because they're frozen wild blueberries and pomegranate juice, because they have no fresh ones, I would sit this out in the sun too for about, just so it gets warm. So that's it. Just put the oil put the lime, put the herbs on top, fill it up to the line with water, and just sit out in the sun for roughly 30 minutes, and it's ready.
And that is from that comment. That question was from Quana Ship. She's on my Facebook group. Karma did what? And in there,
Oh, okay.
people show as Facebook users. Now
Oh,
Sheba
okay.
says she's in Lewisburg.
Lewisburg, I'm in Whiteville. I'm sorry, they call it Waville, but it's Whiteville. That's how it's spelled.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay. All right. Now, according to the title we have today, you titled it. I asked you to title it.
Yeah,
So it's "We Got This." That sounds like words of encouragement. Our
yes.
health and well-being. Could you speak on that, in regards to what you had prepared when you came up with that title to share with us today?
After preparing and finalizing the original few drinks, which was Gmail, flower power berry, it changes what berries and flowers and whatnot. And I went through my phase of getting past a few weeks and like realizing that I amended a lot of things. That's what I have to say. Not reversed, but amended a lot of damage. I was like, we got this. We got this. Because I know we got this, and I run into a lot of people outside of work and at work when I was up there that relied on me because they tell me I'll be looking for you. You're not here, I'll leave. And they be coming, they be like discouraged, and they be saying stuff out their mouth in regards to discouraging words about they can't do this, they can't do that, based off other people saying, well, you have to do this, you have to go to a doctor, you have to, you can't just take. And I'm like, we got this. You don't trust your intuitive capability? We got this. I said, yes, you can. I said, think about it. And then I asked them, I said, what are you trying to do specifically? Because some people are trying to do too much based off info commercials and what he said, she said. So because they come in with all this on them, that ain't got nothing to do with them personally. I was like, nah, you got this. And the whole our health and well being, it's like, you know your vessel best. Regardless of what anybody say, looking from the outside looking in, you live with that vessel, you in that vessel, you sleep with your vessel. I walk through my thoughts so I understand that a lot of things that I know that's in here. Everybody don't know. They can assume, they can guesstimate and estimate, but they don't know. You do. So that's what I They can. We got this. Our health and well being. Like you can. Um, we can take care of our health and well being. Don't allow we don't allow people's view from the outside looking in to discourage you. Don't allow it to like reside and stay put. If they're giving sage advice or they're making a suggestion, that's one thing. But if it's all negative, throw that shit back. Pardon me, don't even let just let it throw it away. And that's what people tend to do. So I got that those two particular sayings, and the third one, getting back into the driver's seat of your own health and well being, because I hear so many people in their own words doubt their ability to discern what is wrong with them and take part and direct the doctor, because the doctor works for you, the physician works for you, not vice versa, you know? So that's how that came about, just dealing with customers and just people working and working outside of work. So I was like, I'm trying to find something short and sweet because I can talk forever and all about all the stuff if people are not specific. So we
You don't
got
have to
this.
be
Our health.
short and sweet around here. Take
Oh,
your
okay, that's
time.
why I'm talking like that. Okay, so
Yeah,
we
go
got
ahead.
this. Our health and well-being, and getting back into the driver's seat of our own health and well-being, because too many of us rely heavily on all this information, general information for the general population at large to do us, and then when we try it, and then we get to a point where we're like, okay, we're gonna go into this helpful. So let's see, with doubt on your brain, we're gonna see what they can say, what they can do, and I've had people come in and say how much money they spent and how many times between the doctors and prescriptions they use. And I'm like, that wasn't necessary. You relied to someone else on words. And if you had doubt or hesitation, you should have spoke that up. You didn't. That's why you invested it. I really don't want to hear that. I understand. I get it. But I don't have the time to hear that because I'm at a job and other people are waiting. So I feel you, but you have to take part in that. And I had two situations where recently a mother came in and she was melanated or nine ether. I don't know what ethnic group, but she was nine ether. And she, was saying how, her daughter has this issue with her back, da 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 da. She broke it down. She had some form of curvature of the spine. And she went into detail that she used something, didn't work. I said, listen, I researched thoroughly for one person I know in my life that might have had that condition. And this is what I found. And then she's like, we were on the phone. And then she came in. And we were on the phone and she was asking me all these questions and she asked me specifically where I got it from. I said I have, among many books, Our Earth, Our Cure. And in this book there's great detailed information on the bentonite clay. And there's more than one species of bentonite clay. I'm gonna say it wrong, so forgive me. Morillite. That's another thing. When people come in with information about something like, say, for example, lavender, they don't come in with the specific species that the information is about. That's something else to be aware of. Bentonite clay, there seem to be more than one type. There's up to four. The one in particular that I read information on specific for that could help her daughter condition was morillite, the bentonite clay of the morillite. Blah blah blah. I'm about to find that word for y'all. And so I explained to her that in the book that I have, that I own, there was something about how to utilize that to help. And I said, while your daughter was developing in your body, the curvature of the spine has to do with not getting enough nutrients while in gestation in your body. So, if you're not nourishing yourself for yourself and for your child within, complications, and that's one of the complications behind that. I said the only thing that I know that is no contraindication to be worried about was bentonite clay. It is a mineral source, a trace mineral source. It is a detoxifier, and I said you can use this on her internally and externally. I use that for myself too. So I can say attest to it for myself personally. Other people use it, and so she said, "Where'd you get it from?" I said, "From RFI Cure. I don't know what page." Da 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 da. And then she came into the store and she brought her daughter. She was like, "It worked. It worked." And then she brought her daughter and said, "She ain't got no pain." I said, "Okay, okay, that's how it works. If you tell me specifically." And I always try to go to stuff that I have found no contraindication other than you need to consume water to facilitate the detox process. Much water. So that was one situation. Um, what else? Uh, so many people have come in. I just found a lot of customers look for me. That they seen that I was like serious. I wasn't just there trying to sell them something. I never try to just sell people stuff. I always try to, especially when we come in, I always try to find. Always try to ask them, listen, what are you trying to take care of? If you're talking about, well, Sally said, this worked for her, so I'm looking for this. We don't sell everything; it can't fit in this store. But I'm sure there's something here for your condition if you just tell me. I ask people like, are you someone who likes to drink liquids? I love drinking liquids. That's why I do teas well. I love raw salads. That's why I do raw salads well. I love herbal soups. I do that well. So I said, if you tell me something about how you consume, then I can help you find something based off that could help you. And budget is an issue. You don't have to do package because package herbal supplements, as well working as they can be, do work, they can be costly. They did the work for you. They made a pretty label. They charge for that. So I think I went off topic, but that's it. Uh, Now you got to ask me a question again because I was had too much stuff coming to the front of my brain.
Well, I had just asked you when you were thinking of the title. We got this, our health and well being.
Because the customers. That's
Yes.
thank
So,
you.
and
'Cause
around
all
here we go off topic. So take your time. Just
okay.
be
But that was
comfortable. Feel free, speak freely. Gratitude.
okay. That All right, thank you. That was it because there's so many different people and I sit around, I listen, and even when I leave work, I research. I love that. Like I said, one of my original jobs that I believed I was going to create, and I actually do it anyway, is specialize in the information. Because although all this information is out there on the search engines on social media and in books, one, as we know, it's not specific to us, so we have to learn to read between the lines. That alone, saying that to some people alone, it's like, oh, I'm like, you got to do some work if you want good results. So I just try to make it easier. And I thought, the phrase "we got this," our own health and well-being, getting in the driver's seat. And if you don't want to do it, I'll be happy to DIY it for you. But we need to do a consultation because I need to understand that I'm working with you. If you're asking for someone else and you don't know them that well, I try to explain to them how me reading people's energy works or being a form of empath, and that's actually how I help people best. Most people who I actually talk to personally and they want it for them, they're the ones who come back and like, "Thank you, you were so helpful. That worked so well." And as I said, I always try to find something easy for them because a lot of people, are not that well versed or want to be that well versed in understanding how to properly use something herbal, natural for their own personal well being or for their child for that matter. So I was like, I got this. Just, help me out. Give me what I need so I can better assist you. And I use the word assist. People have called me doctor and this and that. I said, please don't ever call me a doctor because I could have been a doctor. I was going to go out to be a nurse, and I stopped being a nurse's aide in the nursing home here. And I was like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to kill people. That's bad. But anyway, I don't want to make people sick or whatever. So that's how I got to these the phrasing, just dealing with a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds, economic, etc., and just seeing their face and feeling the energy like, oh, I can't. I don't know what else. I spent so much money. It's so expensive. So I said, it don't have to be. And that gets their attention. What are you trying to do specifically? And I don't do I do a lot of I pick out a lot of general things that cover a lot of things. I say if you basically consume clean water, throw a little herbs in there, to nourish yourself, you will help your body to reactivate and to stimulate to do what it's designed to do because you know how we were created. So things like that. That's how those words came into play. Short and sweet, listening and dealing, helping a lot of folks, or attempting to anyway, as best I could. That's
Hmm.
it.
Well, me myself, I wanted to be a doctor as well. I wanted to be a heart surgeon.
Uh huh.
I don't know when it started. Why, when I think about school, he pop up. This is a friend of mine from school, near and dear to me.
Okay.
Yes, what it
I know.
do? What it do? Around here talking about some high.
The
Um,
sun is coming up
I
now. I'm not gonna
appreciate
be able.
you doing that. Hmm.
It's still not bright. Go ahead. Sorry.
And it was when I think I was in my senior year of high school. No, it was my junior year, in between the two. And I had the option of the military cross my path. And because I
Oh
was
no, the
in,
sun is great.
yeah, I was in
Uh.
JROTC. So,
Thank you.
um, and one of the top performers, I excelled in that class. And so I started thinking of the military. So I was weighing my options. And then, so what I did was I would visualize myself in each role. And
Uh
I
huh.
wanted to be a heart surgeon. And actually, I thought I saw myself at the table, the operation table, and I just could not picture how I would support myself when I saw myself dealing with the reality of somebody dying on the table
Oh
under my knee.
wow.
So that was the deal breaker for me, and I chose the path of the military at that time based on
Okay.
that. I just something about the precision and what if my mind was on what if I cough, what if I this, and
Oh my goodness.
I just
Yeah.
I was young, I was like, nope, I can't do it. I'm gonna go ahead and do the military thing.
Well,
So
my mom.
go ahead.
Oh, I just want to add. My mom used to always used to tell me that I was so smart that I could be a doctor because in certain communities that was a big thing, and so that's why I was going to get into the healthcare profession because I wanted to help people take care of themselves and be healthy. And I was like, all right, but that changed.
Yep. So in the military, I went on and went with the nursing side and did
All
that.
right.
And then that's when I came back. I just it was an incident at the hospital with a patient and hepatitis, and my whole world. I
Wow.
had two toddlers at that time. My whole world, it was spinning and I just cut that whole profession, and that's how I got into accounting. I figured it was safer.
Okay. All right.
So with all that being said, and doctors and all this other stuff, so I'm into herbal remedies. I don't go to doctors. I heal myself. I tell people in my family and close to me, if I go, don't take me to no doctor. Don't take me to the hospital. Something wrong with me and we can't fix it. Uh, Contact Mother Matriarch Selima Ellis because she know what to do with who to work with and
Awesome.
do with my avatar when I'm gone from this piece. And
That's what I'm talking about.
contact Latrell DeWitt because she gonna help us out and getting this done. And according to my second husband, super glue cures everything. So we
Hello.
got it around here good. But I wanted you to, if you would, share with us like a starter kit, the must-haves for people when they want to start on this path of healing themselves. What they must have in their possession to help them get it going.
uh, when I was asked that before, I thought my words were the Himalayan pink salt specifically. And I went through a phase of going through like 9 different salts after researching their mineral content and what they do. And after researching the Himalayan pink crystal salt, some of the information I came across in short said that you can put a message on the salt and it's a living crystal and it's a trace mineral source. So I was like, and once I got to that one, as far as trying it, eating it, putting it in my tea or whatever, I was like, I felt the difference. So Himalayan pink crystal salt, and it can be charged. Um, that's one because it does so many things. Uh, bentonite clay, another trace mineral salt, is something that these are items that can be used internally and externally. I've had Himalayan crystal salt I purchased in the shape of that was shaped like a soap bar, and I used it to mineralize and cleanse my skin. You know, get the dead skin off. So crystal salt, pink Himalayan crystal salt, bentonite clay, because that's something that also can be used both internally and externally. It does so many different things. They're pretty non-contraindicative. I don't believe that people will have an issue with pink Himalayan crystal salt if they've been told by the doctors that they have high blood pressure. That has to do with processed crap, not actual true mineral salts. So, what else? And because it's so portable, uh, hmm, let me see. Oh, and something chlorophyll rich because you need something to sustain you and nourish you, etc. Do multitude of things. I would pick. Oh, so many options. Oh, tricky question. Okay, I'm gonna pick about 6 items: pink Himalayan crystal salt, bentonite clay, stinging nettle, leaf. Leaf is easier to work with on emergency on the go versus roots. Definitely some elderberries. Awesome. For it does so a barrage of things. Oh, I'm loving hibiscus. Hibiscus. And I'm saying these particular things because they work in so many ways. You can use them internally and externally. As you see, I probably you can't see yet. I've stained my fingertips and my lips and teeth from drinking these things. But they also provide a range of nutrients, heart health, blood health, etc. Immune support. I'm trying to think of a sixth one. Oh, calendula. That's my sixth one. These things can be found in tea form, already pre-made. I suggest you get some dry, loose form, because then you can mix and match as you choose to. So I chose calendula flower, elderberry, dried, whole berry or powdered, nettle, some chlorophyll, mineral, other nutrients. The pink crystal Himalayan salt, bentonite clay. What did I miss? Okay, it's recorded, so sorry. And
Yeah,
because
you
they're
said
dry,
I heard
huh?
the pink crystal salt, the elderberry, chlorophyll rich items. You mentioned hibiscus, calendula, nettle.
Bentonite. Oh, you said bentonite clay, right? I don't know why I'm doing that. Okay,
Yeah,
so the
you said
chlorophyll
it.
rich item. Okay, so the chlorophyll rich item was the nettle. I'm trying to incorporate, like the color wheel of health, and because they're dry and portable and lightweight, um, those are like 6 starter options to work at. Um, and I always have an essential oil on hand. I am I favor the distilled lime essential oil, and that's it. Like, but I think that's a nice starter kit for someone to utilize and to get a range of nutrients and benefits. And as I mentioned, they can be utilized both internally and externally. Like right now, I'm working some flaxseed gel in my hair for my hair gel, my conditioner. And when it sits about 3 days, I'll wash it out and whoo, I don't like to eat that stuff. It's nasty to me. So anyway, fun gel. I just wanted to say that. So that's
Speaking
really
of
it.
hair products, first of all, dandelion, I appreciate that in my life these days. I use it
Hmm.
for my heart health. I use dandelion
Okay.
for heart health. And I was really surprised to see that, what I realized is once we are aware and we're looking for something, we see it. I
Yes.
really was surprised when I went looking for dandelion
Hmm.
greens that they're just sitting on the shelf in Meyer or in the market. I'm like, because I was too busy in there looking for collards. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? They
those are
sitting there
everywhere.
all the time. Amazing. Um, this is, I think, I don't know how you pronounce this, Chebby powder.
Oh, yeah. I read about that. Awesome. I read about that.
And this is
I can
you.
see.
This is supposed to. This is what I from my studies is used in Africa for real. For real,
Yes,
they
for
use
hair.
this for hair growth and
Yes.
for hair stimulation, growth, promotion, all that good stuff. And
Uh-huh.
um, now here goes another personal, but I'm transparent. Maybe another what you call it, embarrassing moment, who whatever. Um, but it's reality. It's what's real. So I need y'all to know that we I've seen a lot of feedback on social media recent times, and a lot of focus on women and their hairlines, and
Oh,
they get the
ugly.
braids, and the braids tear the hairline
Oh,
out,
yeah, oi.
all that good stuff. Now my story is when a few years ago, so you can, and anybody can go through my, here go my banner. Um, Go into my Facebook page if you're interested in what I'm even talking about right now, and go through my photos. You will see photos of my hair, me with my hair out. Because since I've been on social media, for purposes of when I first started, I wanted people to hear my message, not focus on my hair, because there's a
Uh-huh.
tendency in my world that people do that. So the last
Yeah.
thing I want somebody to do is worry about what my hair is, what style is doing, why is this, why we ain't doing none of that. I just went on to cover it up. People, in the world of people think what they want to think, people think what they want to think. No explanations until sometimes, like right now, I'm giving y'all this right here. A lot of people think, well, some people think I wear my head covered up for religious type purposes.
Mhm.
And when they see my hair wrapped up in my pictures and all where I go, they immediately want to know, what is it I study? Am I
Mhm.
Muslim, Islam, Moorish, Science Temple? Am I what? Look, I am
Oi.
Tisha Nicole. Period. And anybody who knows me and rolls with me on social media done heard me say this before. I simply just covered my head up on my first time as a guest on Crumb TV because it was my first time. I had a lot to share. We was talking about UFO Nazis and the Vril Society. I wanted people to focus on what I was talking about, not my appearance. So as much of me
Yeah.
as possible, I could cover up. Now, other stuff happened. So since that time, I learned how to properly tilt my video so it don't look like this area is bigger than what it is, because all this right here was all up in this camera. And but anyway, that's a whole nother story. My intention was
Yeah.
to cover stuff up and let you hear me, because I actually thought about going on and just being a guest like this with a blank avatar. But I said, no, I'm gonna go ahead and let the people see me so they can have, something. But anyway, back to my hair.
Uh-huh.
Um, what was I saying? Oh, so if you're interested in what I'm saying right now, for the record, you can go to my Facebook page, Joy Allen, scroll
Mhm.
through my photos, and you'll see there's pictures with my hair out. So over time, like there's a picture with me and my children, and this guy right here, he knows me. My hair was longer. Um,
Mhm.
I had got into, when I got married, my husband, my first husband, was of the apostolic faith. So we wore the updos and all that good stuff. And when in the process of separating from him, sometimes we go through life journeys and we just chop it all off. So I did a chop off, because when I went in the military, I chopped it off for maintenance purposes, but it grew back. But yeah, I did that chop after I divorced him, in the process of divorcing him, and I've basically been chopping it since. Between that, and I had 4 daughters at the time, they was like 2 years apart, and a ton of hair. You look through them photos and you'll see their hair. I didn't have time to keep up with their foreheads, scalps, and mine. So I kept the
Yeah.
chop for maintenance purposes, XYZ. Now, as I was going to the barber to get a lineup, and I would switch barbers sometimes for whatever reason in life, and my hairline was apparently going back and back. And I didn't
Mm.
realize it. All I realized was I got my trim, I got it cut, it's nice and even. When I a few years ago decided to stop doing that and just let it grow, it was slowly, I would notice some hair, what I thought was called baby hair. It was sitting here. And no, that's actually where my hair had been cut back, starting, and going back. So here it starts to come in, then it starts to come in here. And it was like they was cutting. So if I had kept going, I wouldn't even realize they'd probably had me cut back to here. And I
Oh
thought, right,
wow.
they just, how, I'm on a, speaking of tangents and going off topic, how do a barber not know where your hairline is at?
That right
And
there.
they get to keep cutting it back. I said I will never ever again go get my hair. So anyway, I have a little bit left. It looked like baby hair, but I know that that was my hairline. Only people who know me, like maybe my daddy, my mama, she transitioned, but my daddy would look at me and he would know that something happened right here. Anyway, so I got the Chevy powder
Uh
for
huh.
that purpose. I did my research and study and found that they do this in Africa. It's a big deal. It's common household product over there, basically. So of course,
I
I'm
read
going
that.
on what they talking about, not those websites made for those people. Because that stuff
Yes,
you read on the internet is not for us. You got to go deep if you want to know what's for you specifically.
exactly.
So
Can I
that's
share something with you when you're done?
hmm.
I said I would have to share something when with
Yeah,
you
so
when you're
I'm not
done
even
about hair
open
stuff.
it yet. Y'all see it's still closed. I've not even opened
Yes.
this yet. I've been busy. I ain't had time, and apparently it ain't that big of a deal, but it's something I want to test out and try because I know
Mhm.
people that have issues for real. So, um, with that being said, and we talking on natural remedies and taking care of yourself, natural hair product. I used the product for somebody. Oh, I made it some rosemary. I made
Mhm.
a blend for their hair. It was rosemary and carrots and
Mhm.
onions, and I forget what else was in there. But yeah, I've been mixing it up for a long time, y'all. If y'all didn't know, I be in there work.
Awesome.
But did you have something you were going to share?
Yeah, I just wanted to share something with you. I did see the videos out of Africa about that product, and I was like, okay, awesome. And other products throughout the years I've heard about from other countries, and when I couldn't access them, I ended up creating something I blended together using oils, and I never really gave myself a name. I just said hair, skin, and nails. Anyway, long story short, I created an oil blend, and it was all purpose. These two sisters, a mother and a daughter, had an issue with edges for a lot of reasons, medical reasons, that hairstyle thing that messes with it. Long story short, I ran into her. My feedback from her, the young lady, was that I ran into her on a bus, and she was like, "Sister Latrell, Sister Latrell." I was like, I didn't get a chance to say hi and see how the baby doing because she just had a baby and whatnot. She was showing me her hair, and I realized her hair was long and silky. Now, mind you, through research, I understand that's how it works, and I actually use it on my own hair, because I like the smell of oil. But it grew her hair, and not just her hair, and it was strong. Her and her mother had an issue with their edges from whatever damage they did to themselves, whether braids or the weaves or whatever, and it grew it back, both her and her mother. So I do have a recipe for oil blend that help grow edges back and hair and strengthen and sheen. And if you were someone who's still hot pressure hair, I use a base oil that's a high heat oil that's natural and rich and unrefined that helps you, protect your hair when you're doing that. So that was the purpose of that as far as hair care goes. And they used it and they gave me feedback because they needed it for that. So that's one. And one time, another time they stopped me. I was walking somewhere, going to work or whatever, and I was walking, and they like was going past in the car. They did a U-turn, pulled up on the curb, and like they wanted to buy a gallon. I said, I don't sell a lot of gallons because it's really expensive, and I don't think no one's gonna pay for it. But anyway, that's a good feedback on that particular hair, skin, and scalp oil, or hair, nail, and scalp, hair, and nail oil, and also the flaxseed gel that I just did. I finally found some whole flax seeds. This is what I use that I had in close proximity that I wasn't gonna utilize eating because it's too nasty to me. That's the only reason why I didn't eat it. But you know what? I'm putting it on my skin and hair because it's an omega source and whatnot. I put it in my hair and scalp. I put it on my skin, and that also helps not only grow my hair, get a sheen to it, protect it if it's like from being dried out from being in the sun too long because it does dry out, and also as I said today I did the hibiscus onion peel flaxseed version, and I put a lot in to treat it, rinsed it out, washed it out, and I put some more in plain, and now once I style my hair and I just leave it fro, it bounces and moves and whatever. It's also hair gel without my ends breaking off. So just so you know, there's options here over here too that do I know work very well for hair growth, strength, sheen, hair gel, conditioner, detan. It started off as a detangle for my girl's hair, My daughter has 4C here, and who am I young? They had nothing on the market that worked well, that was not toxic. But anyway, that's all. I'm done.
Gratitude for sharing that. Very informative. Um, so yeah, I mix my own potions for my hair and skin as well. I don't really now. Actually, I'm gonna say if I need something for my skin, I do. But most times, I'm preparing something for someone else.
Yeah.
Somebody else. And it would consist of the raw white shea butter. I use that for
Yes.
moisturizer. And some people, there's somebody I know that has what may be called severe ash, like I want to say crust, just the peeling away the exfoliate that needs to be exfoliated. So I
Yeah.
use the raw white shea butter to help heal the skin and and get it back on track. But yeah, I do that myself as well. I also
Awesome.
know someone they use the honey as a facial cleaner because
Yes.
honey is a cleaner. It cleanses. And me myself these days, right now, I am going through some self awareness,
Mhm.
self treatment, self time, and in that specifically for me treatment, I use coconut oil to wash my hair. I use coconut oil to wash my hair. I don't use shampoos. I don't use
I don't
shampoo.
either.
I have not used shampoos for a long time. If I wash my hair, it was with a food product. And but these
Yeah.
days I'm using coconut oil when I wash my hair.
Okay.
So I think
That.
naturally some of that oil drips down and will moisturize my skin. But for skin moisturizer, since I'm speaking on that, and now I remember why I don't use skin products for the most part, because excuse me, I spend a lot of time in the sun and I get
Yeah.
moisturized from the sun. And the sun, as of like 2 years ago, that sun 2 years ago was doing something else. I promise you, because that sun that I absorbed in the summer through the fall months lasted me through
Mhm.
the winter. That
Awesome.
was since that winter that followed that summer. I have not had an ashy winter since.
Awesome.
So the sun been doing something for me for like the past 3 years, for real.
I I agree. The sun is very healing. They try to where I'm at. Well, not where I'm at. Where I was at, being in customer service in the wellness department, and my stuff is primarily geared towards Caucasian people. They try to convince me I need a sunblock. I was like, no, I don't. They say, our skin can burn too. What I experienced during my cleansing process is that although I was in the sun and for a moment I felt the burn, but I remembered a lot of detailed information about, the sun and the research on the sun, that the sun also cleanses you. It doesn't just provide, the whole process of vitamin D, but it also detoxes you too. You sweat, the sun heats up whatever's in your body and begins to come out your
And it
pores.
feeds you.
And it feeds you. And for a brief time, I felt this burn. And for a second, I was like, maybe I need some. I said, no, I've never liked sunblock. I always felt suffocated by it. For the first time, I played in it because that's what I did. I tried it out, played in it. I said, wow, I look ashy and purple on my lips. I ain't dead, but I was like, for a second, I was like, maybe I was like, no, but it was a short phase of the sun burning. I feel like it was burning, but it didn't feel like it was burning like I was cooking or something. It just, I don't know, I'm going to say a detox burn. And then after that, it's like I was good. They're like, why are you in the sun? I ain't worried. Why would I worry? I'm a child of the sun. I need this nutrients. What are you talking about? But anyway, so yeah, the sun is very healing and it don't cost an arm or leg like some things in the store do. So, yep. I've had the experience of being detoxed and nourished by the sun in the spring and summer. And now I'm enjoying it down here in the south.
Yeah, I'm headed south myself. I promise. Costa Rica was in my sights. Of course, we be on our path. And next year, as I mentioned, I have my lecture tour. I will be in North Carolina for sure, and I plan for most of my lecture tour to take place in the South. I
Okay.
also have someone coming on Friday, and he is an instructor of the Brazilian martial arts. And his
Awesome.
program is the reason that I'm headed to Brazil. But
Okay.
I need COVID and all them to clear the path, get out my way, and then I'll be on my way. Just saying. Now, here is another point I want to make. And the timing is good that this person will remind me of what I want to talk about next, because when I see him, we gonna fight. Cause he ain't gonna tell me my ankles be ashy. He ain't gonna tell me. No, no, he just. But I got you, bro. I got you. That's what it do. That's what it do. So,
Awesome.
what? Talk to us about this. Do you fight? You
Hey.
can. You. I could not imagine you, but you know what? The ones you can't imagine will get down and tear you up. Talk to us about what's with the swords. Talk to us,
I was
Latrell.
okay. I was excited to know that someone in my family, my dad, like people telling, knowing stuff, has swords and he has skills in the swords. All my life, I wanted to learn martial arts, but where I was at, it wasn't available to me. But anywho, I got down there to visit, and my sisters was down there, and he started showing his weapon. I was like, "Hello, I need two." So that's all it was. He wanted us to take pictures with him with his swords. I said, "Okay, that's it." I was excited because I was like, "Oh, an actual sword. I don't know if I want to get his back."
Right. You look like
I
you
like
know what
knives.
you're doing for
I
real.
like knives. I've worked with a chef knife, and I have a specific size and weight that I use all the time for cooking and chopping stuff. So I'm good with the kitchen, and I know I could learn. I'm going to learn that from my king because he has background in martial art training since he was a young child. So I just had to find the weapons, find the swords. Pardon me, I have to find the swords. We couldn't find them up there, so anyway, yeah, I was excited. I was like, "Can I have this?" He's like, he see me that smile. He said, "Nah, I'm gonna leave that right here." Like, that's all that was. My dad wanted us to take pictures with his swords, his three girls.
Yeah, because you look like you about to give a demonstration.
Yeah, it wasn't enough room.
You had your whole clothes and everything. I see you, Latrell. I see you. I'm watching you. I'm watching you.
I'm telling you, that's like, yes, can I have this, please? I've been looking for something. He's like, nah.
Mm-mm.
Like, why didn't you tell me sooner? I could have been practicing. What? You got skip? What? In the actual tools?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's it.
Okay. So let's talk about some food some more, because
Okay.
it's about that time in a little bit. I'm gonna be hungry, so I'm gonna learn something new other than what I already learned. So let's talk about some food, and
Okay.
whoever else hasn't eaten right now, I'm about to attempt to stimulate that hunger in you. All right, so we got this. Our health and well-being. We gotta eat. We're gonna eat.
Mhm. Yes.
Talk to us about meal preparation, for example. Talk to us about this. What's this? How do we make this? What goes inside of
Oh,
this? What you be
I'm
over
a
there cooking up, Latrell?
I be, all I did was, what did I say? What's the one another thing I say? I just cleaned up how I grew up eating. I love pasta, especially spaghetti noodles, and that was the only pasta that I found to replace one of the many pastas that I like. And those are the soba noodles. They're supposed to be heirloom wheat. Although they talk negative about wheat, it's the heirloom wheat I didn't have an issue with. So they're soba noodles. They're made of heirloom wheat. Uh, and so that was my spaghetti. I cooked it out, 3 minutes, and it really only cooked in 3 minutes. I either use organic unrefined extra virgin oil, like avocado oil, which I love, or olive oil for the noodles, so they won't get mushy. And then my version of a raw pesto on top. And I decided my pesto needs some avocado. So that's it. It's just a raw pesto with avocado, um, pureed avocado on top, and that's my And of course, as you see, the pesto the avocado based pesto goes on everything. It can go on the soba noodles. It can go on some raw salad. I usually have red onions, sliced cucumbers, and romaine, which is my favorite lettuce right now, with the Latrell's version of raw pesto. I put it on toast when I was still eating toast, which I got to get off because, ooh, bread is dangerous. But That's all that was. Oh, we were. I was at what was it? The juicer. A brother that was running that allowed me to use it as a platform along with the lady across the way to demo our skills as far as preparing vegan meals and beverages and showing them how easy it is to like eat something vegan and be sustained. And at that point, I started saying, "Come get your sustenance," because when we eat, a lot of times in this society, we're eating a lot of crap. So that was, I think that, let me see, what do I call this correctly? What I'm holding in my hand in that picture right now is I call it flower, wait, flower berry power up. It's like a bunch of berries that I had on hand. I either have a few or all of them. Like shajanda berry, black currants, aronia berries. Let me come across the berry out on research. I'm trying it out. Elderberries, blueberries, and hydrosols. When I can't, rose essential oil that's able to be flavored and stuff is expensive, so the hydrosol was inexpensive, and I love rose, the smell of rose, whatever, and the hydrosol. So of course I added some rose and lavender hydrosol. That's how I make my beverages when I have all my ingredients. I don't always have a specific recipe because when I'm stationed, when I was as I was up there, I have my pantry laid out and organized. I open it and I say, what do I feel like today? And in the AM, I always try to use flowers, hydrosol, and berries and fruits and such in the AM because the fruits cleanse you out. You get nutrients, you get antioxidants, you get the color wheel, depending on how you layer it, and it sustains me, especially if I add a little chia seeds to give that fullness to it. So that's usually what I do in the morning when I'm being persistent and consistent, like I was for one point in time. That's all that was. And at the juicer, I was that's all the foods that I was sampling out, and then people eventually bought a plate at juice the juice spot. Supreme Juices, that's what it was. The spot was called. Oh, that's me at home in my little window with the sun coming in, my little micro mini foraging spot that my daughter mainly foraged in, or forest that she foraged in out there somewhere past the windows. And that's me prepping my food to make my what do I make? I make curry, vegan curry with butternut squash. Love that. The pineapple, of course, was for the Gmail. Uh, and the other stuff was for the saute to go on top of the soba noodles. What else did I do? Chutney. I also had made what did I call it? I don't know, mango chutney or something. A lot of stuff I do it raw, like the chutney. I did the pesto. Noodles, of course, I cooked. I was utilizing spaghetti squash because they noodly inside. I was trying that out as a noodle base. So just using stuff in nature that was a natural version and cleaner version of white processed pasta noodles as a base, and just mixing up vegetables in, or squash. I don't know if that's considered a fruit or vegetable. I would say it's a fruit, but anyway. And just trying to eat it at its proper time to help my body nourish, cleanse, and then eat the more herby new protein and stuff later on to rebuild the cells and stuff like that. There's a chart that Dr. Sebi has on his page, which is a short, sweet chart that helps me to stay focused on how to properly pair food instead of looking up in my big old little giant novels and 5-pound books. The chart is just short and sweet. Like, okay. So that's all that. Well, that's how I just do food. I Right now I just got. I haven't been here too long, but I bought a bag of stuff, and this morning I had some pomegranate juice. There was no fresh ones, but I like this as a base, and I put some wild blueberries in it, and a little what I have distilled essential oil, which is food grade, organic and food grade, or they call it therapeutic, but it's food grade, and it's okay for flavoring. So that's what I would have in the morning, and that actually holds me. If I felt like wasn't gonna hold me for more than an hour, I would have just added some chia seeds, which is a source of omega. It becomes very gelatinous when you allow it to sit a little bit, and it creates a full feeling in your body, and it just, what do you say? You don't get hungry. I forgot the proper wording, but you don't get hungry, so it holds you. Whether you have berries and juice and essential oils with or without the chia seeds, that holds me. Today, have only 3 ingredients or four. Usually, I can have up to 7 or 8, and that's all I do. Whether I have it whole or I blend it up, this is what I like to have in the morning, and I'm good. I made my sun tea with the Free Your Brain blend, and I just start sipping off that anytime I feel like it. And that's it. That's what I do in the morning. That's what I was doing at Supreme Juicers that particular day. Just sampling out, vegan dishes and blends that will sustain you. And a lot of people are like, oh, that tastes good. Oh, yeah, it's not nasty. It's not all tart and bitter. Gosh. Pair them together, well, you don't need to add no kind of sweetener, even organic raw blue agave or date syrup. Hmm. But, but
Yeah,
that's it.
good. And we have a comment from Phoenix Jean. I was saving this one. Um,
Okay.
that does not look appetizing, but I will try it once. Yeah, try it. We try things once, and after that, we wrap, we hooked, or we not. Um,
No, I
now
don't. A lot of people said that. Sorry.
you mentioned the color palette, which was what I was going to say. I think it was color palettes, how you phrase it, which I was going to
Yeah.
mention the Phoenix Jean, and I'm sure Phoenix Jean is aware that try adding some other colors to it, and
Yes.
it'll help the visual part. But it probably is phenomenal. I found out when I started eating more produce and greener that things that I once would never even think about, like pistachios, I was like, oh, what is a green nut? Who wants some green?
Exactly.
I like pistachio ice cream. I'm like, I'm
Oh,
about to
that's the
this all
bomb
over
with
again.
spices.
Green ice cream?
Oh my
Disgusting.
gosh, don't tempt me. It's way up there up north. I don't know where it's at down here. Some local company made pistachio with like cardamom. Oh, it's like, get that away from me. I'll be back on ice cream again. But anyway,
Yep. So
I'll get my
the
charger.
green stuff on top is your pesto you mentioned.
Yes, that's my raw pesto. The only difference is that it's an avocado versus like just simply oil. Now they make raw pesto like oil, some basil, some nuts or pine nuts, etc. I use onion instead of garlic, and I added avocado because I love avocado. And I thought, oh, it'll taste good with that. It don't have to have avocado. I just love the avocado. So that's why I made it that way. But a lot of people end up liking it who eat avocado or guacamole because they're like, oh, it didn't look so delicious. I know it don't. So you got to try it out first. I'm going to get my charger. Hold on.
Okay. And another tip that I would give to people that I've found, I've learned, I saw, and I actually tried it and it works is there's this saying, I'm paraphrasing, of course, it's said many ways. When people
I get my
like
charger.
they like meat, they want to eat meat,
Yeah,
the meat is seasoned, is flavored with vegetables. So that's
exactly.
a reason why you like the meat so much because you put the herbs and spices on it. So what I did was I started seasoning my food, my produce, my greener items as I used
Yes.
to season my meat. And it's wonderful. And then you just add in like when we would make pot roast, for example, we'd add in, tomatoes. I mean, yeah, tomatoes and carrots and sliced bell peppers and onions, and you just take out the meat, you still got all that stuff, you add in some other items, it's a meal, I promise. And my
Exactly.
go-to items are like basil for
Uh
seasoning
huh.
and rosemary. Those things are beautiful, beautiful.
Yes, they are.
Definitely that
Another
red
herb.
onion.
Huh?
Definitely that red onion you mentioned.
Oh, that was my. That see, the thing was, I ate a lot of stuff growing up, and had a lot of stuff around me, and I just, like I said, a lot of my crystal fell. um, a lot of stuff that I have in the dishes that you see is stuff that I like personally, and that's all it is. I mean, I could work with other stuff, like in the case of the whole meat thing. When I originally stopped eating meat, I was consuming some packaged stuff. Like I like burgers, so I had the packaged burger. But then I got to the point I said, if the whole point is to be vegan, like a real true vegan as I can be, why would I want something that looks like that mimics what I loved in the meat field? So I dropped that and I just started like, you know what I like, and I like vegetables. I used to eat I was eating a lot of rice and I tried to get cleaner rice. And eventually I moved to wild rice, which I don't like. So I end up with the soba noodles because I work with stuff that I really like. I mean, I enjoy noodles, so soba noodles work for me as a base. Then I got into quinoa as a base and other good grains that I like. But like I said, everything is that you see in the video in the pictures is stuff that I worked at and I liked it. It was a cleaner version of what I used to eat. I like spaghetti noodles or noodles with sauces on it. The avocado I grew to love, so I thought it would be delicious as an ingredient in my pasta. It would be awesome on top of my noodles. Oh, and since it's the sister circle specifically, I wanted to mention the red raspberry leaf. I'm always red clover for a lot of things female, and like you got issues with your hormones, you got issues with your cycle, you need nutrients. There's nutrients there too, and I believe that's just two. I'm forgetting one, but those are the main two: red raspberry leaf, but a little kit to add to the kit, and some red clover. Awesome. I haven't seen some stuff down here except for clover, but I used to see it up there. That's why I would remember when I'm up there. A lot of stuff. So that's it. That's what I wanted to add. But yeah, it's easy to eat stuff. And when we was growing up, I know my parents, my family seasoned stuff. And as I said, I was like in the kitchen around 7 making breakfast. That was my favorite thing. So that's what I made. The whole shebang, grits, bacon, eggs, the whole nine, toast, French toast, whatever. And then also during the
Biscuits and
holidays,
gravy.
I didn't really work on the biscuits because I wanted to do them from scratch and they bought the canned ones. I worked on stuff that did with like chopping up vegetables, adding herbs, making bouquets of herbs and spices. Uh,
Okay.
no, I made biscuits. I went back to school and for culinary service. I went for arts and service, but I was bored. But anyway, I got perfected the dinner roll from making my own piece of dough from scratch. I created dinner rolls. But no, and then the gravy that we used to have, giblet gravy. I don't know if you have it. Giblet gravy and some other gravy. Oh, and the gravy for the stuffing. There's a box. I never remember the name, but there's a turkey and it used to be in a paper box ever. I used to always read everything, and in that box, all those herbs. I was like, I love those. I would always I would go relocate those herbs in fresh, like lovage, savory, tarragon, whatever. And yeah, it's the herbs, like you said. The point is, it's the herbs that make everything. It's even the herbs when they made that chick that turkey, and they have that stuffing. There's herbs in there that does that whole make you tired. It ain't the turkey. They keep saying it's something in the turkey. Nah, it's the actual herbs. Those herbs have that effect to make you relax, where you'll like just go to sleep. And if you stuff, of course you're gonna go to sleep faster. But anyway,
Yeah, I
yeah,
heard it was the tryptophan
yes,
in the turkey.
that's what I heard too, and I listened
Yeah.
to it, and they kept talking about it, and I'm like, growing up, I said, okay. I just thought because you stuff, you can't move, you pass out. But then as I started researching herbs and details from the herbalists who got it from the natives and the information that the natives shared to them, and then the science from the scholarly magazines and books, I like to have, like I said, science, to what they call testing that it was done on people, not animals. I hate that. I'm not a mouse. We're not mice. And that back that up. And it don't be like 2 or 3 years old. It be like 10, 20, 40 years old. But like I said, I'm going to give that some thought. I'm going to let that have some space because that makes sense that they would have an inkling in great detail what this herb can do. And they take it apart and they give every component of it a name. And there's something in the herbs that make you sleep. So I don't think it's the turkey. I really believe it's the herbs that is added to the turkey and the stuffing to such a degree that it makes people go to sleep so easy and actually sleep and not be sleep and miserable. I only say that because I used to eat a lot. I was a true heavy duty eater. I eat a lot now, but I don't eat as much like I used to when I was growing up. I think people were just tired and miserable, couldn't move and fell asleep if they didn't have the herbs. The herbs help be a good sleep. And that's it.
Yeah, that would I could see that.
Oh,
Um,
oh, I missed that. Oh my God.
hmm.
Cucumber salad. I had some other salad. I had some soba noodles. I have a
It's
cucumber
almost time to
beverage.
eat. It's almost time to eat.
You making me. I'm not. I wasn't even hungry. You right? You about to stimulate some palates. I'm like, oh man, what can I go? Oh, I'm gonna eat
Yeah,
my
so
watermelon.
stimulating
Hello.
the palate. It's about time to
Heck
eat.
yeah! See all the colors in there? Like
I'm
I
getting
said, I use
excited.
the color wheel, the color palette. I got greens, I got yellows, I got oranges, I got brown for earthiness. What are the other colors at? Yeah, I made that for me and my friend, the Vivacious Vegan, who I used to help with her. She does vegan dishes. She had been a vegan a lot longer than I had, and I was working at being a vegan, but I was a lot more. I feel like I was a lot more stricter because she would buy packaged broth, but I grew up making broths and stuff from scratch. So nice fresh or dry herbs, some water, and I don't use carrot personally, so I wouldn't want no broth because most packaged broths seem to have carrot in it. And I'm like a lot of things that I moved away from because of my findings and what I needed for me personally. So, but anyway, I had made that for me and her to show her, like, see, I could lay it out too. Oh, and one when I was at a job, this was fun. This is fun to me too. It's a fun challenge. When I was at the job that I was working at, Honest Faith Food Cooperative, they would have what they call shareholder meetings where they come and discuss things about the company. Because originally I started off as shareholder laborer, then shareholder staff. They would have these gatherings and it would have potluck. They would allow us to buy stuff, and charge it to the store. We make a dish. One particular year, I didn't make it, but I made the dish. I love bean pie. I can make bean pie. I prefer somebody else to make it for me in some cases. Some things I like people to make for me. But I made it because I was like, nobody was making bean pies. Nobody's
Oh
selling
my
bean pies no
goodness.
more. I
Bean,
made
you
a
said
vegan
bean
bean
pies.
pie.
I was everywhere with my screens. Bean pie is a favorite of mine. I had to learn
Oh,
how to make it myself. I did.
awesome. I made a vegan version. And the sister of I Bake is vegan. I had brought it into the store and I decided I'm not going. Whoever want to bring this pie to the event, you gotta go ahead and bring it. I don't feel up to going. She tried it and she took over the whole passing of the pie in the store. And like I only say that because she has been a vegan for an extremely long time, much longer than me. And she tried it. She tried. I said, "Yep, it's all vegan, even the crust. Crust usually have some type of butter or something in it." I said from scratch. I said, "I'm tired of trying to find somebody to make me a vegan pie. I made a vegan pie since I'm working at being a vegan. I created a recipe for a vegan bean pie." So she was like, "Try this pie. You gotta try this pie. I'm sure you gotta make more." But the company that I purchased one particular oil from wasn't available or got bought out. So I get real fickle about ingredients. Like when I did all the critiquing and decide on the right specific ingredient to place the animal byproduct ingredient, I don't want to change up right away. So I haven't made it again, but that was fun. That was a fun experience making alternatives to what I making vegan alternatives to what I was accustomed to that I liked. So that was one of my things I did. I had fun doing. It was a challenge to myself. So you make bean pies
So
too?
yes, and I'm curious, right quick, and then I'll share my bean pie story. I'm curious, what do you use? What do you use in substitution for the navy beans?
Oh, I still use the small navy beans.
Okay.
I don't eat I don't eat a red. It was as far as it being vegan. It's just that there was no kind of animal byproduct. Eggs,
Oh
there was no
yeah.
eggs. There was
Mhm.
no butter, and that's really it. That's the only thing I substituted. Is anything that was an animal byproduct. I didn't remove the navy beans because I like navy beans as baked
Okay. I
beans,
was
as bean
gonna say.
pie.
Mm-mm.
No, no, nah. That's listen. No, I said vegan. I ain't say beanless.
Okay. I'm glad you cleared that up because I was
Yes,
like,
no.
whoa.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, I
Nah.
had my experience. I was kind of like Phoenix Jean when it came to bean pie.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Because growing up, my favorite pie was what my mother called egg pie. She made it for me, but now I know it as
Quiche.
what is
Qui-
the
Quiche.
no.
Oh,
It's like a
okay.
cream pie.
Oh, wow. Not meringue.
No, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna come back
All
with
right.
that. So I have family members that are Muslim,
Oh, excuse
and
me.
we would be around them, and they'd always offer that pie,
Okay,
and
egg
I'm
pie.
like,
Mm.
um, and I was like, nah, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good, and nah, I'm good. It didn't even look, it just was all extra brown. It just didn't even sound look right. I was like, nah, I don't want that. I don't want that. Um, and so when I had so recent times, because I hate middlemen, I hate salesmen, I hate all that. I will listen
Oh,
and hear some stuff out, but I am a person who's about going to the source. And
okay.
so I started going to the Nation of Islam,
Mhm.
and it's down the street from me. They actually have a store, a restaurant next door, and a whole little other little plaza set up. And the restaurant is called Eat to Live.
mm. I read that book, and I had the recipe book.
Yeah, I read the book. I got the book too. Um, and it makes a whole lot of sense. So I was reading up
Yeah.
on it. This was before I started really reading into it. And either way, though, when you go there, well, the one I go to, they give you a complimentary bowl of bean soup. And
Mhm.
I was like, mm. And then somebody came up behind me and was like, somebody I know that had one of the people that had invited me. And they were like, well, if you don't, I'll take it. And I'm like, okay, calm down. And then I
Oh,
said, no, y'all, you a little too anxious. I'm gonna go ahead and try this. So I tried it, and that bean soup is on point. I ain't gonna say was
awesome.
because it's still around. It's on point. So I decided to go ahead and try the bean pie. So the one I was looking for was chess pie. These days it's
Chess.
called chess pie, but my mother called it egg pie. That's my favorite pie. So, but
Oh,
right now today, bean pie is second to that. Second.
oh, wow. I
So
love bean
I
pie.
tried that bean pie, got a slice, and next thing I knew, I don't want no slices. I need one of them whole ones right there in the counter
So
right
go.
there. I needed the whole bean pie, and I go home and eat half of it, no problem. The
That's
bean
a
pie,
meal.
and I said, this is gonna be costly, and I might want it, but not. They might be closed, so I need to learn how to make this. So yeah,
Exactly.
I learned how to make that bean pie. They got some other stuff they make. Oh, they got this fish salad. That's when I started eating fish with my salad on my salad.
Okay.
It's just something about that warm fish on top of that bed of lettuce and all that other stuff.
Mhm.
Beautiful. Y'all got me. I got myself hungry.
Oh.
I'm ready to eat. I might go make a bean pie because I sure got some navy beans in the cabinet.
Listen, it's a meal. Oh, except for
Yes.
the sugar. The sugar's supposed to be burnt animal carcass, burnt and bleached animal carcass. So that's another thing I replaced when I made the vegan
Hold on, run
bean
back,
pie.
run that, rewind that back. What you say?
And researching out sugar, white sugar, granulated sugar, that is supposed to be the bones of a variety of animals, like their leftovers of animal parts. They supposed to burn those, they char those, they powder them up, and they bleach them. So they go through a process, something like iodized salt goes through. So technically, that's not even a plant. That's also I refer to that as an animal byproduct, and I've let a few vegans know who use that when I shop their store up north. That you are aware that's animal charred bones that's bleached, so that's not technically vegan. Anyway, yeah, and I also replaced the white sugar when I made the vegan version of bean pie.
So what do you substitute the white sugar for?
Well, blue agave in some cases. That particular day, I gotta think because I use blue agave, organic raw blue agave. I use dates or date syrup. Either one of those, I forgot that day which one I use because I usually have like a lineup of alternatives since I stopped using the white sugar. And at one point, before those two, I was using the what do they call it, the cane sugar. So one of those cane sugar, blue, raw organic agave, or date syrup, I would use in place of white sugar as a sweetener to anything I make, especially pies. I'm trying to remember which one that I used that day. It might have
Wow.
been the cane sugar that day. It was a while ago, but those are the alternatives to white granulated sugar I use as sweeteners. And I'm only down to use those in baking. I don't even add no sweeteners to my smoothies or berry blends or herbal tisanes. I just like they're not in the capsules. I like bottoms up, especially
Mm,
if they're not sweet. So because the brain for your brain is very herby and it tastes I don't know herby to me. It doesn't taste like dirt like roots, but like beet roots, but it's very
mm.
herby, earthy. I mean earthy. So yeah, just those three sweeteners. Most likely the cane sugar with a little brown tint to it. I use that particular day in place of white granulated white granulated sugar.
Yeah, because I've learned I was on the whole thing about white items are not good for you. And like I have a few children, I have 5 children, like 2 of them will not eat anything white. So that was a lesson and a direction for me to stop having white items in my house. And so natural sweeteners, I use the blue agave as well. And
Mhm.
I actually used that because I wanted to stray away from the raw cane sugar,
Gotcha.
and or I use the raw honey.
I don't like honey, so I don't use. That's why I didn't mention it.
Mm.
I mean,
So,
I used it for medicinal purposes while I was up there, and I tried it out to get feedback to customers. But I would prefer agave or cane sugar or date syrup over raw honey. I've never liked honey in tea, even growing up. My mom used to give me that when I got sick with respiratory complaint in my black tea, which I don't like either. I still don't like to this day. I've never liked it, so that's the only reason why I don't use it. I know the information, researching myself, and also having reps come in to talk up the products that like the Manukas, the new Raves, still probably up there for all kinds of healing things. A certain, however they measure it, amount 450, whatever the word is, and local raw honey. I try to use that because it's helpful for allergies, but I don't like honey like that, so I don't use it, and I don't talk it up unless people need information on it. So a lot of folks do use raw honey. Do you use Manuka honey?
yes, that's the one I use.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. So
That's the one I
I've
use.
I had it. I've had it on hand before. It just sat there. Nobody didn't want none of their stuff with Manuka honey in it. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, I use that. I have always liked honey for some reason. Even when I was smaller, I remember liking
Yes.
it, and I remember like at the time that I was able to have it,
Mhm.
it was a big deal, like conversation, because
Yes.
the warning label says not to give it to children like age 1 and under,
Yes.
something like that.
Especially the pollen.
Okay, so then ever since I got the green light on honey, I've been on
Mhm.
honey in some form, not every day, but throughout my life. Honey has been like a staple item in my life. Um,
Yeah.
and I don't really, I'm not really good at habits. So that's why it wasn't something that I did every day. But time to time,
Mhm.
I revisit it. And right now, I'm using it for other purposes as well. So, and like, I have a tendency sometimes to want to go, I want some chocolate. I had a big
Ah.
thing for chocolate, and I've been straying away
Oh
from
yeah.
that. When I found,
I'm a
of
chocolate
course,
fanatic.
yeah, of course, everything has its issues, but when I read and seen that article on rat hairs, that the number of rat hairs that's allowed in chocolate, especially
Yeah, I know.
I was eating those candy bars I was eating, I was like, oh my goodness. We eat enough not knowing, but once I know it's a wrap, and like
That's
how
how it
they
usually works
use
for me
duck
too.
feathers to condition the yeast in the bread and as a conditioner in white bread,
Yeah.
I couldn't. So what I do is when I have that urge for chocolate, I eat a teaspoon of honey, the raw honey,
Awesome.
and that comforts me.
Well, I got into eating raw chocolate beans and cacao, and the nibs they're broken up into just to, stay away from chocolate bars. But while I'm down here, I do eat chocolate bars because, like I said, my stuff is up there. It's not down here at all that I found. But when I want chocolate, I go get my either cacao powder, cacao nibs, or cacao bean, and I just like make me some hot chocolate. So, and plus, it's a source of manganese and copper and one other M word. Shoot, I'm like, I'm not letting go of real raw chocolate.
Now, my
Processed.
setback with raw real chocolate was the percentage of chocolate, and so some is like real more bitter than the other, and I call myself getting a higher percentage of chocolate, and I ran into that, so I had to ease off of that. But I'm familiar with what you're talking about. And speaking of hot chocolate, oh my goodness, what I would do is I would put in like two in a mug. I would put in 2 packets of Swiss Miss,
Uh huh.
one with the marshmallows, one without, and
Uh
then I
huh.
would add a half a bar of the Hershey's bar, the milk
Oh well, dang,
chocolate.
that's some serious chocolate.
Well, that'd be me on chocolate. So I had to come away. Sometimes I go back, and right now my go to candy bar, if I get one, is the Dove chocolate because it's smooth, or the Godiva. It's got that smooth texture, and it do
Yeah,
something right about right here, and I'll be like, it's like what I call a place in heaven. That
yeah.
smoothness on that chocolate is unimaginable.
Chocolate is
That's
awesome.
I'm done talking. I'm done talking about some
Okay,
chocolate.
okay.
You go ahead. You go
I could
ahead. I'm done. I'm done.
I go on forever. Oh, and other stuff that I used to do that I created alternative to that I loved is other pies like the sweet potato pie. Uh, I used to bake those because I loved them. The only thing I didn't do alternative to is the cheesecake. I anything I love, especially sweets, baked goods, I made from scratch, and I made it till I like it. I switched the cow from cow milk to goat. I mean, when I'm not just doing strict vegan, I'm like benching like I want some cheesecake. I have to make it, and I prefer to go over the cow because I don't have any issue with instant mucus buildup, and I like cheesecake. I've always liked cheesecake. I like the baked cheesecake better than the cold cheesecake, but they both work. So, what else do I cook? Yeah, so but anyway, it's easy to come off of it. One of the main things I did was after I did a craziness of clearing out my cabinets, I thought, I'm gonna do it. That was a bad move when you got small children and they're not gonna eat the other stuff. I just started making cleaner versions of my favorite stuff, and then it took on its own little thing. People smell it or they taste it, especially when I'm at work. They're like, "Where is from? My kitchen."
Okay.
And, and there's one thing which I don't think is available yet: the hajiki. I have I use a lot of different sea vegetation. It took me, I say, years to get around to using my hajiki because I have to sense or feel what it'd be good in after reading it and smelling and tasting it. And so one day I made some, I'm gonna say red sauce because I wanted some spaghetti. I had that, I had made my red sauce from scratch. I learned how to make it from this Italian young lady that I was working with. I said, okay, I seen on TV. Oh, that's how it really works. Okay, cool. I made my homemade red sauce. I added my mushrooms, my onions, my peppers, the usual stuff. Throw some green stuff in there. It's not don't make it too different color looking. Then I added the hachiki, and it was simmering. It was like, "What's that? What kind of meat is that?" It has a smoky smell and flavor, and it tastes slightly crunchy. I mean, it, it is. What does it do? It absorbs the sauce, but not to the like some things do when they absorb water. They get big and soft. And so my friend was there, my children was there, and they all tried it because they swore I was making a meat sauce. I was like, all right, it's just spaghetti, but okay. And everybody ate it. Now that don't always happen. And sure enough, the island of Japan that it's sourced from around gets messed up, and I haven't had it since then. But anyway, that was just an alternative that I used one day that worked out really well. That was a nice replacement. Smoky flavor, meat smelling, red sauce with vegetables for, for soba noodles that I use in place of spaghetti noodles. So that's it, just a cleaner version of spaghetti. and noodles, spaghetti noodles and red sauce. But I did just find cleaner versions. If you can go someplace where you can smell stuff, or you know somebody with a well-stocked pantry, which is another one of my little phrases I use to people. How do you do this? A well-stocked pantry. I went from like 5 to 10 herbs and spices that I was familiar with and pre-made spices packaged to having like my own separate apothecary, having stuff single. Separate blends like masala, gram masala, and fotida. I'm saying it right because I love Indian food too, certain Indian dishes which I make. So a well-stocked pantry, y'all. Spices, herbs, flowers. I mean, if you can get them fresh, yay! If you can get them dried and of great quality, non-irradiated, ooh, there's so many different benefits and flavors and things you can get and be sustained by just blending your herbs, spices, and flowers and berries and whatever. And roots. There you go. Go far with just that. And that's what I do. I have a well stocked pantry. I've created my own apothecary, and as I keep repeating, a lot of it's based on the stuff that I personally like, and I know some people like. And if they want me to blend them something, and it's stuff in my apothecary that I don't have, I'll get it for their order. But I got lavender flowers, I got Rona berries, I got Shazanda berries, I got black currants, awesome. I got elderberries, I got black seeds I chew on, I got black seed oil I spray. I do not eat it off a spoon. That's intense. So I put in a spray bottle. Works like that for me. So we got this. We really got this.
We
Just
got
keeping.
this. We
Yes,
do.
we do. We got it.
And if
So
it's
many options.
something you're not sure about, you can definitely contact Latrell. Her information is in the ticker below. If you want to contact me, you can do that as well. I'll talk to you. We talk. We talk. Here go my information
Yeah.
here. But I would
And
suggest you first go to Latrell.
yeah, and there's stuff over here where we're at. I do like I want to just point that out that the Chev that you mentioned, I heard about that. I listened to it, and it's awesome. And a lot of things that are sourced from like Peru or just other islands that are we can't. I know I couldn't access through my store on my own because they was telling me import issues. There is things over here in a native environment that you are currently residing in, domiciling, that's here that can help the same way. Don't be so fixed on stuff you can't access. If you can get soursop fresh, by all means get it. However, there are things over here that we can access that's organic, non-irradiated, and that does work. And I have my own personal proof, and I have evidence from other people that I've helped up there. I keep saying up there in New York, and I'm just starting out here, but trust in nature. My trust lies with Mother Nature. I've told people that too. I tried believing in doctors. No. I'll figure it out. I'll get out there and touch stuff, do some earthing. Oh, you look good. All right. That's pretty much it. We got all we need.
Yep, I'm the same way. And so to piggyback on what you're saying, the sour sop, because when I first heard about sour sop and looked into it, I was like, wow, I need that. But I could only find it in a frozen form, or it's in
Yeah.
a frozen form or a liquid form. And in the liquid form, it got some type additive in it, and of course the frozen
Always.
as well. Yeah, so I was like, maybe, but nah. The thing is, what I learned for sure is to eat items that are seasonal.
Yes.
Those that helps to eat what's in season. And
Mhm.
also, as you mentioned, getting food from other places, I learned so far that you eat what's native to your area
Mhm.
because that's what's from where you're at. And when you go somewhere else, you have to adjust to that food there because it's not
Yes.
native to you. So when we are looking at sources that are telling us what to eat, again, they're not always talking to you because some things that are
No.
in other places they're not meant for you. Though the that whole setup and remedy and go to know how is for the
Mhm.
people in that region
Yeah.
because those things are specific to them and their whole climate and environment and everything else.
Yeah. But there was a book that stopped me from reading about all other diets. When people come ask for fat diets like the Atkins and this and that, was eating according to your blood type. I have a I don't know the sixth or seventh or fourth edition. After that, they start butchering books because if you're getting, it's making sense to you and you're utilizing it properly. That book helped me to create a specific list based on me, melanated, being 9 ether, and the fact that I had underlying conditions. People don't factor all that in. There's layers to
And that you're
uh
a woman.
and thinking that I am a woman.
Yep,
So
because
there
he's
are
different
things
from
that we do,
many children.
yes, there's things that we don't factor in and doing all this research and reading and like thinking, and I'm like, that's another mantra. Factor yourself in. Don't just get into the driver's seat. Factor yourself in. Factoring myself in based off my being a woman, being 9 ether. Maybe I'm here now in this continent, and at some point I was from the root, the motherland, but that was so many generations back. So I do use stuff from that continent because I know it's very helpful to me, but I also utilize things from this continent because we have been here for I don't know how many generations on this area of the world. What's that one? Is that the Cheb still? Okay, yeah. So I would definitely use that if I hadn't found something already. I just found out about it like maybe a few weeks ago, and I did see videos and the people from that continent talking about it and showing how they use it and someone that's selling it. But I already found something like the flaxseed and the oil blend. So I
Mm-hmm.
was like, but yeah, I do try to find stuff that's like from the continent. I do have someone who I ordered refined raw shea butter from. I'm down to my last bucket. I bought 3 buckets. This is how I
Yes.
shop my apothecary. So I'm down to 1 bucket. Like I said, I buy stuff from different places after I learn about them. When I can't get it from farmers that I met working at a cooperative, then I go on. I just go to certain places. I research it. I order something, try it out, because I'm feeling them. But now I'm finding more and more. I'm connecting with more and more 9 ether beings that are doing things like Sister Harris Owens, I think Marcia Owens, I'm probably saying it wrong. She has
Yep.
elderberries, and I try to reach her page
He
to
does.
order. I can't get there. I'm like, I'm still working, and I want the elderberries. Oh, you got some? I
I
was
get
trying
I
to
get
get.
elderberries from her, but this is her brand. Dang light.
Uh huh.
There you go. Marcia
Yeah.
Harris Owens of Common Sense. Go
Yes,
check her
I
out
got
on
her
Facebook.
page.
Yeah, her group page is Common Sense.
I got
Her
that down, but it's
website is
just
Common Sense, the numeral four, the letter U.org. Actually, I'm gonna pull up her thing. But yeah,
okay. .org.
she
That's
got
where
a
I
whole
left off.
elderberry group page too.
I was trying to get to one of her pages, and I didn't make it yet. But I just want to let her know I'm working on it because I want some elderberries. So I'm working
Mm-hmm.
at connect network with 90 beings that are doing things, and I'm following black farmers, and I'm like, I'm going to be finding you or ordering stuff. Just let me figure out how to get through this phone to get to you so I can order it. So anyway, I that's it. So I order from places like Mount Herb Rose, a local herbalist place that was up running for 45, 50 years. So but now I'm ready to network with my 9 ethers, and I got one person named down so far as far as herbs go. So. And I also plan on growing herbs again because I've done that in the past until I can get my own herbal thing going and make my own essential oils that I know how to do, my own hydrosols. I do order from places that I've been familiar with for years, like my oils that I get is this company right now. That's because it was in close proximity and then I can use them internally. But anyway, if y'all make essential oils, holla! I love those too and hydrosols. But yeah, it's just so much stuff I read and so much stuff I do. It's just layers and layers and layers. I try to help assist people in their health and well-being in different levels. Even on my page, I even share about crystals. I'm familiar with crystal healing. I don't do it personally. I do buy some. I do read about it. I work mostly with food, essential oils, and like dry herbs, spices, and roots because I feel that uh, that's everybody can use that. And like whether it's in a capsule or they scoop it in a spoon, they add some water. Some customers really act so foolish about oh, that's too hard. I'm like, are you serious? Grabbing a scoop of tea, putting some hot water in it, letting it steep, and then strain it. Oh, I see your stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, I got it from Nuke, and she'll be on here. She'll be on here, I think, tomorrow. So we're gonna learn
Okay.
more about crystals and stuff with her. And I think
Good.
last night me and my granddaughter was watching her live, and I probably spent like $300. My granddaughter spent 250 of that
Mm.
buying stuff on her live. I told Nuke, I said, it's time for her to go to bed because I'm not buying nothing else.
It's so easy when you be people helping you learn how so many things you can do with a crystal. I'm like, wow, one little piece of crystal that does all that. Oh, all right, wrap it in some copper. Word, I love copper and brass. Say word. Yeah, yeah. But I'm like really a fan of like the herbs, spices, and foods and essential oils. So that's what and my books. So that's mostly where my funds went. But I'm working towards crystals by themselves, pieces, or even Jerry made up. I did order some from Infinite. Okay, I forgot her whole name, but she know who she is. I took a picture of her ring on social media. So I'm working at relearning more about the different other avenues of healing. Oh, and also being a part of Honest Way Food Cooperative. There are people who came in who were shareholder members who were able to do 15 minutes free sessions of shiatsu, different types of massages, Reiki, and whatnot. I love getting those sessions because then I was like, oh, okay, I could find me a massage person. I prefer shiatsu, which is a combination of massage and pressure points in me, and that works the best for me. And getting a lymphatic flush or cleanse massage on my feet. So you have so many options to healing ourselves. If you're not able to do it yourself, find someone you trust in. What else did I? Oh, and kinesiology or brain gym. Brain gym is the recent name. It was just simple exercise that we actually did as children when we do little routines of, little say you'll play, maybe blah, and we move a certain way. That's what brain gym steps look like to me. That was what it reminded me of when someone came in and he was doing brain gym. I brought my grandmother and they explained how the certain movements help both sides of the hemispheres of the brain, like, work or stimulate them to, work and stuff. I was like, oh, we did that as children playing our little tap, tap, clap, clap, step, step game. Well, that ain't new, but they just call it brain gym or kinesiology gym or whatever. I'm like, forever stealing stuff that already existed and trying to give it a name and then say, oh, it's mine. No, this society people. They so foolish. They are. I tell them, no, no. You ain't been here that long to own nothing. Stop it. I'm
Right.
bad sometimes like that.
Exactly.
I say like, oh, this is mine. I patent. You patent what? How you discover? Just like the idiot box didn't discover America. You can't patent and claim nothing. You can't use it. Yeah, okay, watch me. I'm gonna just rename it like I do and call it a day. Anyway, but yeah, I'm relearning. Oh, also the Ayurvedic system. They call it Ayurvedic health. I love that system too. I had like catalogs and catalogs of information.
Yes. And me too. I use that primarily for my knowledge of copper,
Yes.
to eat on copper, to eat on or out of copper vessels, as well as drinking. So that's why I got my copper water bottle. Um,
Uh huh.
but eating off of that copper and copper utensils is beautiful. It's great for your health. And I also have a lot of copper products like this right here. Marcia got for me. She went
What
to
is it? A bracelet?
Freestones, yep, and got this for me. It's
Oh, that's
copper.
beautiful.
Um, where's my rings at, Lucille? My rings. Shay Yu's daughter. I'm
Uh
up her
huh.
average. This is what I do. Her
There you
daughter
go.
rings,
Uh huh.
and I have them. I keep them on, and then actually, what happened was because I bowl. I'm a league bowler when it ain't COVID.
Awesome.
When it's
All
not
right.
their COVID season, I'm a league bowler. I refuse to go to the bowling alley because I'm not bowling and wearing a mask. I'm not doing
Yeah.
it.
That's
So,
not even safe.
it's,
I
um,
almost passed out
so
at work when we was doing like a lot of pulling invoices and pulling out inventory to put on the shelf. I said, you know what? I need a breathing break because I need oxygen. I almost passed out. I said, how do you even work out in this thing? Because people were doing that, let
okay,
alone bowl or run or jive. People passing out.
they
But
tripping.
anyway,
So
I
I
was
had
like, yeah,
got an injury,
uh huh,
and I had they called it. think carpal tunnel and talking about surgery and X. Y. I said, y'all not doing no surgery on me. And I
They
did
just
some,
want to cut you.
huh?
They just want to cut you open.
You know what I mean? Cut me. I've been cut enough times. And
There
from
you
now
go.
on, I learned about that from now on. So what I did was I went and got me some. I found out about the healing of copper from the
Mhm.
study of people in the elderly, the nursing homes
Mhm.
and stuff. And
Yeah. Hi, little one. I see you.
and um so I went and got me some
Uh.
copper and I wrapped it on my wrist. And then I also wrapped some around my fingers and made me some rings. And it's a
Awesome.
thunderstorm here, so I don't know how much of the thunder you hear and stuff that's going on right now. Excuse me, Lucille. But if my signal or something go out, I apologize to y'all. I will hook up on my cell phone and manage from there. But we're gonna continue this best of my ability. Also,
All right.
um, I have admins and moderators and them type people that have access to the studio too. So if all else fails, they will come in and Latrell. Actually, if I pop out, Latrell can continue on and she can close out the show and y'all continue to get all that good information from her.
Oh, and speaking
Y'all
of,
know I pre-plan. I'm a big picture person, so that's the what you call it, the plan. There's a
okay.
word for it, but y'all know what I'm talking about. That's the plan in
Yes.
case all else fails.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, so I learned about the copper, the Ayurvedic. I use them for that. I also use them
Yes.
because I know that I have this temper in life. I have
Mhm.
this inner temper in my
Mhm.
temple. And I've been
Hey.
working lately on keeping a cool head and things like that. So the Ayurvedic remedies and healings has helped me calm down. And they also, one thing that Ayurvedic teaches is what foods that you eat
Yes.
that does not help out in situations. So me and chili peppers and spicy things had to part ways in part
Okay.
of my healing for my hot head and my quick temper and things like that. Doubling back because I don't y'all know I don't like to contradict myself or appear to be a hypocrite. And
Mhm.
as Abdiel and Leviel will tell you, I bust up all lies. When I mentioned earlier, eat according to your region, yeah, that's good and stuff, but we still tap into the source all the time. So I shared
Yes.
this just to show, repeat
Yes.
what I shared earlier that this is a well-known product in Africa. I had already showed it. So to say only eat over here, that's not, don't take that out of context. I do use items from other regions. And
Okay.
Ayurvedic has its source. I use those items too. And you mentioned shea butter. It's
Yes.
important, I think, that people know that shea butter, that yellow creamy stuff y'all use that looks like the background, is
Yes.
not shea butter. It's not. There's a raw shea butter. It's white.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? It's white. It's not yellow. It's not that them little tubs that be all extra cream looking like margarine. That's not shea
It
butter.
does look like margarine. I've used that,
You know
and
what I
I was
mean?
told that that's something that they use in place of shea butter, and they're supposed to dye it or tint it with a plant from over there. I don't know how true that is, but I have the type of shea butter you have now. I actually have
The
actual
white one.
musky, so yes,
Yeah.
a raw
So
shea
this is
butter.
a white product that I will use. It ain't like
Yeah,
technically paper white.
it's not like cauliflower. Cauliflower is that white stuff in the food world you
Yeah.
shouldn't use because it's a
And for,
hybrid or whatever they did to it. That's the
right.
type of white I believe they mean. Okay,
Exactly.
not shea butter.
And for those that don't know, Ramutef
It's
Queb, I'm playing his ticker below. He hipped me to this. That's that phrase. He hipped me to this. And
there's a smell to it. Whew.
yes, and Ramutef blends it at the RIMPAC. We were there in Boston in Boston, July 26th was the event day, and he had prepared this for me and us
Mhm.
by Osted Haru Shima Rayet of
Okay.
Pluto Nation, and he let us pick our own scents and fragrances, and he made these. So this is the raw one. I
Awesome.
got one with the fragrance he made for me. It ended up smelling like licorice
Okay.
because it's got I picked peppermint oil. I can't remember the other one, but the third one was basil. That basil in there makes it smell like licorice. So if you like licorice, add basil to your product. That's just some feedback. I had to double back because Latrell be flowing. I
Yeah.
see where she goes. She got her own lives. her own broadcast.
Oh,
She
cause
flow and she constant with that information. Y'all better get that pen. It's on fire.
yeah.
No, you got that pen on that paper smoking. I know it. Just rewind the video, play it back. And the time that I've been talking gave you plenty of time to catch up on your notes. This is your pause moment while I'm talking. Cause she coming back
Oh.
to the mic. She got you. Okay, ready, set, go. They ready, Latrell. What you got for me?
Okay. Getting back to raw shea butter and the way I use, well, some things I created that help people hair and skin was that I did workshops using what they call agriculture hemp, which is just the marijuana, the cannabis plant with a high measure of the CBD and a low measure of the THC. I actually blended that with some raw shea butter after creating the uh, oil infused oil infused with the agricultural hemp. I did a workshop. It's online somewhere. And then I blended into different places. I made a truffle with raw chocolate in that mix. I put it in some raw shea butter so people can put it on their skin, put it on their scalp, put it on their temples. You get the benefit from the CBD and this raw shea butter together. Let me see. I even said to someone, I got the conclusion that over there on the continent of Africa, they use this in food as a butter. It's a very rich butter. It's thick and rich as lard, if you know about lard. I would use it if I was making, what is it, beef stroganoff, something I made before too, that I like. I would make a stroganoff using that butter. So I would use it in food too if I was sure of the quality of it, which I am of what I got right now. But I've added it, like I said, to CBD infused oil, the oils for avocado and avocado, hemp seed oil, and grapeseed oil, which I think are awesome, green, nourishing, rich oil, emerald rich oils. Raw shea butter. That's really the main way I used it, and it's also and also raw shea. Learning how to use stuff for specific elements. Raw shea butter, for example, I know people use it for a lot of things, specifically skin and hair, but for all those people out there who are sufferers of all kinds of itises and aches in their bones, raw shea butter, true raw shea butter is also good for that specifically. It says raw, but it doesn't help to add other things that benefit bone health too. So if you have an issue with joints after a hot bath, hot soak, hot shower, before you completely dry your skin, massage some raw shea butter into that area. Give it a chance to absorb and check out your joints. And that was pretty much the extent of what I've used raw shea butter for personally, and just to be creating stuff for people who are always asking me and telling me they have these issues. And I'm like, okay, how far can I take this raw shea butter? What can I pair it with for them? And my daughter did have up in storage a recipe for raw shea butter with essential oils and spices. One being cinnamon, because we always tend to make stuff that I know I do smell like things like, sweet potato pie with the cinnamon and the nutmeg and the vanilla, true vanilla extract, not that imitation. That stuff is horrible. Yeah. So, and that's really it. You smell good, you feel good, you get some aches taken away, you get your skin all nice and moisturized, the scalp is not so dry, stuff like that. That's it for shea butter for the moment. What else do I have? Oh, you know what?
Hmm?
I just realized since I'm sitting inside, can you give me the wellness box with the rainbow on it, please, off the table? I'm back inside now. I'll show you one of the wellness boxes that I was working on. Uh, and that whole using stuff being useful both internally and externally. Some things, if I don't eat because I don't like the flavor, but I want to utilize it for my health and benefit, like the flaxseed, for example, I make what I call a fun gel. The fun gel originated as a natural detangler for my girls' hair because they were tender headed like I was. One of them had like
Her
9 inches of
hair, I'm about
hair.
to pulling hers up. Ain't that something? I'm about to do her hair. Go ahead. I'm
Yeah.
listening.
All right. So first of all, the fun gel, that was me trying to find something to make something naturally for my daughter's hair because all the other stuff was crap and dried it out anyway. The hard water don't help. So I decided on flaxseed to create a hair gel because I tried eating it. We tried it, we ain't feeling it eating it. So I created a gel, and at its base, it's just flaxseed. Either your choice of spring water or distilled water. And it's like roughly 2 cups of water, and about a quarter to a half cup of flaxseed, whole flaxseed. I put it in a pot together, and this is just the base of one of my flaxseed gels, fun gels I call them. And you bring it to a boil. Once it comes to a boil for about maybe 3 minutes, I don't exactly time it. I just kind of look, listen, up time. So let it come to a hard boil for about 3 4 minutes. Cut it off. You can strain it when it's hot, or give it a chance to cool part way while it's still hot. We want because if depending on how thick you make it, it's going to be hard to separate the seeds from the gel. So then I strain it through a nut bag, and this is what I have. This morning I had I added a portion of my onion water and some hibiscus, and gave myself a treatment. Then after I got out my hot shower, I added this in, and this is how I get my natural hair gel that don't break my hair off and it still can move. Now, if I had picked this and let it dry, I could come back and touch it and it'll go back into place, and I wouldn't have to worry about my hair breaking off and putting about half a cup of my daughter's hair and massage it, let it sit. It made it easier to comb through because her hair wasn't dry. It's got its omega. It's got some hydration. And if I decide to put onion oil, well, not onion oil, onion water in it, because that's the source of sulfur. That was my sulfur 8 replacement. I like red onions, but you can use any onion pills.
Yes, onion's good. Onion's good.
Yeah, so it's not in this version, but the version I used for a hair treatment this morning before I started had the red onions and some hibiscus. And as I said, you know, I use stuff externally too, and that way I got the sulfur and minerals that's in those, the antioxidants, the nutrients on my hair, on my scalp. And as we know, our skin absorbs a certain percentage. Somewhere there's some records showing roughly about 67 to 80% of whatever comes to our pores, it gets absorbed in. So I say, so if I don't eat it, I can get it in. So that's how I say the straw effect, it drinks up. So that was the fun gel. I use it in my hair. It was originally made for my daughters and mine, but then I started using it myself. Another version of it that I make is the flax and citrus. It was usually like the thick navel orange pills and the pith and some lemon. Bring it to the boil the same way, strain it. And when I use it that way, I get the same effect. Plus, when I'm not sitting out in the sun, my natural highlights present themselves. So I not only noticed that by chance. I was just trying to get like a cleansing, nourishing, healthy hair gel for my hair, and that was the original way I did it with the citrus. And people was like, "Oh, you got highlights? Did you get your hair done?" Yeah, me, the sun, and some fun gel and citrus. So I was like, "That's how I fit." I didn't pay no attention to it. They was like, "Your
Right.
hair is getting lighter," and I know when I'm in the sun, when I was younger, my hair would get like this auburn color, and so that also made it more pronounced when I used the citrus in my fun gel, and it didn't dry my hair out because, as you know, flaxseed is the source of omega, and that's that good fat. So I was like, okay, so that's how I use that. And it's like, and that way I can make it as I need it. And that's my detangler, that's my hair gel, that's my conditioner. I used to use just conditioner after I just realized the shampoo was harsh. And the one I love that works so well, one I couldn't find, the other one, the person died. It was Island Spice by Aubrey Organic. So I said I had to find something for all of us. So this is what I use as my conditioner, my shampoo, my treatment. And it's either the flax gel base, or if I'm trying to do some other nourishing treatment or give a little hint of color, I just add other things in. Like I mentioned, the red onion pill and hibiscus was in it earlier as part of a scalp and hair treatment. And then the flax in gel form by itself, just as an everyday gel and omega source and whatever nutrients make it past my skin into my vessel. So that was it for the fun gel and the wellness box that I put together. My king and I made it to the Tulsa, Oklahoma event, the March on Wall Street. What was the whole wording for it?
Black Wall Street 100th Anniversary March.
Black Wall Street 100th Anniversary March. We were there, and I had brought some samples with me of things, and I still have some left over, so I'm creating a wellness box with some of those samples and stuff I ordered and brought with me. And one of them is, let me see, that's the box. I'll just take them out. These are the sample vials, which is about, I believe this is like 3/4 of it. It's not a full dram, but like these have the Shazanda berries in it. It takes me a while. This is the Bacopa. This is from the Ayurvedic system. It's also one of the words that come under the definition of Brahmi. People come and ask for Brahmi and they don't realize that that word covers 2 herbs from the Ayurvedic system. And I believe the Bacopa is one of them. Free Your Brain Blend. Uh, the ER. These are some items I pack for being portable. They are simple vials. And also because they're portable and it's going to be for my bug out bag. Oh, this is a blend I made for someone in mind, and it says, as it is spoken, as it will be. Healing. This is my most recent custom oil blend. Let's see what else. I have what my king nicknamed Super Saiyan Serum. This is something I don't like to share certain things because I don't care no more. That's a society issue. This this is something I made because I am someone who had issues with allergies and sinus allergies, asthma. Whenever I don't take care of something, it turns into asthma. So I read about herbs and oil forms and whatnot, and I found that a lot of herbs that I made with from red sauces like oregano, whatever, thyme. All these herbs are great natural antivirals, antibiotics, and all these other medical terms are attached to certain herbs. So I took a number of these herbs, I blended them up in essential oil form, only because a little goes a long way, and you don't have to carry a whole bunch of stuff. So there are a number of essential oils in here, and they have helped me also. As I'm not using elderberry, I'll use this to keep my respiratory under control. And like I said, they're natural antivirals, antibiotics. They're very cleansing. And one person who needed to cleanse himself came back and told me that this helped him do that. Or he told me, and I'm like, okay, that's on the list of things that it does. So anyway, the Super Saiyan Serum is awesome for, I know, respiratory conditions. I know it's awesome for cleansing your blood, the urine, etc. So that's feedback I got from people. It wasn't me personally. I was just like, well, thank you. That's good to know. I'll put that on the list. I'm aware of what these herbs can do and do for myself personally. Folks who utilize the blends I choose to put together and give me feedback, I just add that as they come and give me feedback. This is the High C blend. It started off as a blend with my mother in mind. She had concerns about her health for the information she got from the doctors. And so I said, okay, I put something together. Actually, I put 2 things together. I offered her Gmail. She wasn't feeling that because she didn't like that. And I put this blend, and originally it was called the Triad because it had 3 basic ingredients that was helpful for circulation, inflammation, and heart health, which includes the blood. And then I built it up more, and now it's called High C Plus. Now, this is the final blend for this, and basically it's just herbs in here that help with your heart health, inflammation, and circulation. But I added it. I found a vegan source of MSM, and that's helpful for your joints, and it helps the body to produce or stimulate certain nutrients like glutamine or whatever some herbs that minerals that people be looking for, or minerals that people be looking for in like synthesized form, which is not the best for us. But anyway, so it's just heart inflammation, circulation, plus joints, bones, and skin. So that's what the High C Plus is about. And it was like I was having fun with things I remember when I was growing up. High, heart, I, inflammation, C, circulation, and the plus is for the MSM. That's the vegan source MSM that's in it. I've used it and it's been very helpful on an injury that I got at work, which I wasn't gonna allow them to cut me open for, because no, I can heal. I just need the right stuff. So that's what that was. And this is how I currently have ashwagandha in root form, which, if anybody knows, is referred to as an adaptogen. An adaptogen just helps your body do what it needs to do, but sometimes it's overwhelmed and it needs a little help. In short, if you look it up, research it thoroughly, you will see the greatness of ashwagandha. You will see the greatness of ashwagandha, and it was something I utilized at the time. I had it in capsule form from a company I ordered from before they changed over to gelatin based capsules. They had vegan capsules. I used it because I was having terrible muscle spasms. And I've never experienced muscle spasms like that beyond a Charlie horse when I was younger. And I realized that's a sign I'm lacking magnesium. Okay. And I was taking that and I was using some CBD, and I did not realize just how well and helpful the ashwagandha was specifically to those horrible muscle spasms that had me like this. I get up, my muscles start tightening up so tight, I literally be like this, stuck. I'm like, oh my gosh, I really can't move. The ashwagandha that I had been taking on top of using CBD at the time to see how well it would help me out with my pain and discomfort was helping with my muscle spasm. I was like, my muscles was like not tightening up; they was relaxing back down. As soon as I ran out and I went to get the next bottle, before I went to get the next bottle, I realized that how much it was helping me because I was like the spasm pain was back. So I had to switch to tinctures because the company had switched over to gelatin based capsules, and I don't do normally do things in gelatin based capsules because even though they say it's bovine, they reclassify stuff all the time. It could be mixed. I don't know. So I wasn't taking no chances. But anyway, that's how potent ashwagandha is. This is one of the bottles, QC bottles I found the root packaged it in, and it's ashwagandha roots. Basically, you take about 3 of the crumbs, put in about 8 ounces of water, bring it to a boil because it's a root. They have to come to a boil, cut it off, allow it to steep up to 15, 30 minutes, strain it, and then you can sip it. So that was one thing. And then I like the idea of putting, I like using Palo Santo. They ran out of sticks one time where they didn't get none in stock, so they had chips they brought in. So I like to line the box with Palo Santo chips. That's what I'm doing for the moment, as long as I can keep the supply coming. And then I also infuse the box with boswellia and myrrh. I bought some tincture to take for my bones and health and my oral health. I don't like the taste of it that way, so I decided to set my boxes. Because aromatherapy is awesome too. It's awesomely powerful. So the box is simply with myrrh and frankincense, layered with some Palo Santos chips that you can burn in your little altar or burn. Some bay leaves because they, help cleanse up some energies you might not want around you. There's all kinds of things that you can use in nature to help you clear up certain specific kind of energies. I've always loved the smell of bay leaves. I always loved them in my red sauces and chicken stocks. And I know they're very nourishing and healing, not just physically, but also energy wise and spiritually. So that's this particular wellness box. It's little cute wooden boxes. I thought that was cute. There's gonna be bags, and I saw these boxes. I was like, oh, I'll use boxes while they exist. And going forward with making use of herbs, smaller boxes that I found because I'm making a decision on which size they're gonna be and stay. I stain boxes with the herbs too. Like the hibiscus makes an awesome, rich red color. You put enough in there, you get a rich burgundy color. Why did someone assume that I was drinking blood at my store? I made me a quart size. I love my colors. Hibiscus, some blueberries, some royal bliss. It's like just be layers, but the hibiscus, it's like a half a jar of it soaked in hot water. And I went to go sip it. I had this little Caucasian lady run up to me like, "Are you drinking blood?" I said, "Oh my gosh, she's a vampire." In my brain, like, okay, good to know, keep you in mind. But literally, a couple of people literally didn't ask me. It's that they assumed it looked like it's a blood color, but they assumed and said out their mouth. And I'm like, ew. But that it is helpful for the heart, high blood pressure, and the blood. For those who know hibiscus or know it as sorrel, or Jamaican sorrel, they are aware just how potently delicious and fabulous this is for your body. But anyway, folks is like, is that blood? That's not even funny. But anyway, that was my wellness box. That was my fun gel that I make. And that's what I'm doing for the moment, working with what I have. And Let me show you some other stuff while we sit here. Uh, oh, can you hear me? That box right there, please, the blue box. I originally started out doing workshops at my company, which they allowed me to create a workshop. The workshop I named Cosmetics Made Easy. And that's because in researching the term or the definition of cosmetic, it had to do with skin health. And since I was working in wellness, that's mainly what my focus was, is to say cosmetics made easy, using essential oils, quick stuff, mostly put together for you, and you just pair them together and choose your scent. So, and also occasionally I did work with food. You know, the stuff was food grade. 98% of the stuff that I utilized was food grade, so I always say that was a safety factor. And you got all these products out here that you buy, and you look at and they have warning signs about if a child or you swallow, call they say, go to a doctor, or you gotta call some chemical company or something. I forgot. Some of y'all know what I'm trying to say. But anyway, so many other things. Like this is bacopa powder up there in Albany, New York. There's a local company that do herbs for over 40 years. They have some great prices, so that's why I got this from. That's bacopa powder. I got birch bark because I understand the power of birch and the usefulness of birch and birch. These are some of the things that I currently have with me to put in the wellness box for all those listening who might be interested in the wellness box. And I'll be happy to pull up some bullet points information and put it in the box for you. And of course, you can delve deep and choose to do your own research, so you can see if it's useful to you before you say, "Oh, ship me some." This is Orris root. I'm sure I'm saying it wrong. ORRIS. I just want to do this to let you know what I'm working on right now. First, ashwagandha root, cut and sifted, and some blood root. So for now, for the wellness boxes, that are some of the items that will be in those boxes. I do have some more ER, as I think I mentioned, and that was just a blend for using in emergency cases. If you got something going on with your stomach, you don't know if people have allergies or symptoms to certain things, it is a thing to use that will help suffocate whatever is going on in your stomach, whatever toxic cootie germs. I say all the kids' names for them, because I don't know if people have a stomach virus or food poisoning, but it's a ER something you can use if you are not sure what it is. As I used my daughter when she was younger, and I didn't know it was bothering her stomach. She said her stomach was bothering her. She didn't know what it was. She took it. I know it's detoxifying. It smothers the issue in her stomach, and it had there's trace minerals in it because bentonite clay is one of the ingredients in the particular blend. So that's, and I just decided to call it ER, and I do that, put it together because it's portable. When I go out to eat, I still was going out to eat to the Indian place. They're like, "What you want to drink?" I get water. I would put a little in there. I have to be like, "What's that?" Something for me. That's to make sure I don't, have any issues with the food or protect my stomach. Milk and
Excuse me,
magnesium.
Latrell.
Huh?
Few moments. So this series, I Am My Sister's Keeper, this platform is an open panel discussion. So
Sorry.
we have someone from the audience that will be joining us shortly.
Okay.
Okay. But go ahead and continue, because just when they come in, I just want you to be aware that they'll be coming in. And it's somebody you're very well acquainted with them. So no issues around here. We keep it comfortable around these parts.
Okay. Oh, so that's all. I was just trying to, think of what I have here and stop focusing on what's at a distance. So as far as the wellness box are, those are some of the items I still have on hand that I can package up in a sample wellness box and ship out to whoever's interested in trying. The portions are going to be roughly, trying to remember the exact size. It's not a full dram. I'm looking for those bottles now. If they're not in the bottles, I'm going to find little. I try not to use no plastic. It's either glass or that type of plastic
Right.
or
For
what
real.
mimics plastic.
No plastics.
Cellophane. Yeah, like cellophane, because there's some cellophane that's made out of that's plant based. It's not plastic. So anyway, those are the items that I have on hand right now where I'm at with me that I could put together in this sample wellness box for those who are interested in trying stuff out first. I suggest and encourage you to do your research and find some bullet points, and keep in mind if you are allergic to certain families, that's also that's also is something that I am trained as far as working in a company dealing with customers. Know what you are allergic to, because an example is this lady was explaining how she was allergic or sensitive to succulent, and she had found that out through a doctor, whatever. And then she went on to continue the conversation, explaining how she was going to try using the blue agave as an alternative sweetener. And I looked at her and I said, I believe because she had tried aloe first or something, all this health benefits. I said, excuse me, do you realize that the agave plant is in the same class under the term, the cat word, I call it succulent. Aloe is what the plant is called, but this word succulent, that's the cat word. And under that word falls a number of other succulents, including agave. And so I suggest that she reconsider and maybe consider date syrup. A lot of folks were utilizing or going to try out the organic raw blue agave specifically because of the glycemic index difference. So I said, well, you might want to consider something else because, that is under the cat word succulent. So just be aware of what you are
So it looks like Latrell screen froze. Okay, so I am here. I got sound. So it looks like okay. Latrell. That's me checking the studio. All right, so I am. Yep, she got bumped out of the studio for some reason. So I'm pretty sure that she'll be back. Now I'm going to go ahead and this is what I'm going to do. A few things while she comes back. And in the meantime, while I do it, the guest who wanted to come on and speak to us from the audience will probably pop in while I do this. That's okay too. So at this time, well, first of all, for those of you that don't know, this is my oldest granddaughter. You tell everybody your name. Lucia. What's your name for online for your videos? The name where one would tell pick that voice up on my face. You can tell people the name that you picked for yourself when Ramutev painted your face for the ring pad. Moon Fox. Moon Fox. Okay, so what's your name when you make guacamole on video with Mama? Lulu. Lulu, that's right. All right, so everyone, this is my oldest granddaughter, Lulu. She is my oldest of, I have 12 grandchildren. So she's the oldest. She is 6. So she is here with me today, and she's going to be with me for a few days. I will be I'm handling family affairs right now, so I will be attending my grandmother's funeral this coming Saturday. And I am my grandmother's oldest grandchild as well. So either way, she's going to be in my company. So you probably going to see her in my videos popping up. I actually decided that we are going to do a video together. I've not yet scheduled it or decided when or what it's going to be on. We'll probably be freestyling. I need her to get her camera time so she don't feel so compelled to pop in on what I'm doing, have going on here. All right, so we're going to be looking at my lecture tour right now. Take the time to do this right quick. So first, this is my community event dates. August 21st has passed, so that means I've already been in Washington, D.C. You missed it, check out my page, Joy Allen, or go through my videos on Karmic Dynasty YouTube. Next, I'll be in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania with Ramutef Queb himself. Now, think I went live like 2 times. Oh, Latrell's back. Very good. I've been live 2 times, three. The first live, I presented this updated flyer where the tickets have been reduced. I went live 2 times after that on this PowerPoint. I didn't update, and I kept saying, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna show you. I didn't show you, but here today, here it is. I'm showing you. The ticket prices have been updated. We've received feedback. Ramutef Queb and I have received feedback that the tickets were a little pricey. So there are the original regular price tickets now include a free reading from Ramutef Queb. So again, as I've said before, if you're comparing notes with other ticket holders during the event, after the event, prior event, anytime in life about these tickets, and they mention a free reading, and you're like, what free reading? That's what they're talking about. Regular price tickets includes a free reading. We have considered the feedback, and Ramutef decided to half price the tickets. So again, I'm not a $27.50 type person for event tickets. I rounded it out and did all that. So we worked together and came up with the new pricing system. And I also am going to once more request. Now, earlier I talked about promoting the palate, stimulating the palate. We gonna be hungry. Well, I got hungry talking about food with Latrell. I did. She talked about she about to go cook. It got for real around here. So I need us to know that I need some people to come to this event, because there are those of us who know I will get down in the kitchen at event. I did so in Detroit. I will get down in the kitchen, but I like to promote us and what we do. And like Latrell, we got people in the audience like, oh, I need y'all to cook for me so I can taste what y'all tasting. This is no joke, y'all. For real. Here you go. And this is my friend. So he probably gonna be over here. I'm gonna have to cook him something. And I'm gonna call Latrell and be like, what do you think I should put on the side of this? And that's gonna be the y'all cooking for him that he need, because he want to taste what we tasting. So I'm coming from this energy that he on right now. When I tell you, I need the food vendors to show up at this event, because we talking about divination. That's some work. We talking about star validation and personal birth star readings and astrological phenomena exploration. I'm gonna be hungry. We not gonna be in Pittsburgh watching Joy Allen walk around with an apple all day. I'm not eating apples and red onions. And I might be just so busy like I was in Detroit. I might not have time to, in a comfortable manner, prepare the food. So in Detroit, the matriarch stepped up. They took over in the kitchen, because now y'all know we talking about we got this. We got this, right? Our health and well-being. I need y'all to know, when you in the kitchen, your health, your well-being is a factor in your food preparation. It affects how your food tastes. It affects how your food is reshaped and how it responds when it goes into your body in this circuit, doing some things. So I don't need people to be eating no busy Joy Allen Karmic Dynasty and she doing Neteru Tep astrology conference food. That ain't good energy. I could do it, but it ain't good for everybody. So I'm saying that to say this. I need the food vendors to come through, because the divination vendors and the merchandise vendors is taking over. This event, the one in Ohio and the one in Detroit, they taking up the vendors' tables. I need the food vendors. Now, Detroit, the food is on point. We got the matriarchs there. They gonna step in. Pittsburgh and Ohio, y'all know I bust up our lies. It might, if it's a lie, I'm gonna bust it up later. But I don't know y'all like that yet on no food tip. Okay? But I know Detroit gonna roll through with their food, their energy, all that is straight. And Ramutef, I don't know how well he is in that kitchen. And I don't know, how he's big on events, astrological events. This ain't his first one. So he might be of a comfortable manner where he can bring y'all that food and y'all eat and be calm like Latrell right now. I'm telling y'all, I'll be the one laughing, like how she laughing. I'll be laughing at y'all if y'all don't come through with them food vendors and y'all gonna be walking around watching Joy Allen eating red apples and red onions. Cause that's the most calmest thing she can put in her space at that time. I'm not y'all know what Marcia Harris Owens and Team Owens, Rodney Owens, they'll tell you they don't touch any products. You're not getting those soaps if they not of the right type energy. You just can't go in the kitchen and start brewing up stuff and serve it to people. So Joy Allen is asking, requesting on behalf of Karmic Dynasty and this event I am providing for the public that y'all food vendors with that great cosmic energy roll through Pittsburgh and Ohio. I need y'all to roll through. We need that food. We coming. This event is interactive. That means we working. We don't have no people sitting, chilling. Everybody, you sitting chilling if you bought a ticket. Everybody else getting free except in Pittsburgh. You know what I mean?
I will tell.
Hold on, ma'am. So I need y'all to roll through Pittsburgh and Ohio with that food for real, for real. Y'all don't too many times hear Joy Allen talk about like with this constant on like browbeating y'all, harassing y'all. Right now, I am publicly harassing y'all. I need y'all food vendors to roll through Pittsburgh and Columbus. Period. Y'all hear me? Period. So I spoke of homeschool, unschool evolution. Now we in this event, we putting together this book, the 7 of us creators. We meeting at that table. We putting together this book. We coming to meet in the same space so then we can part ways physically and continue to work on this book for our children, the generations, the dynasties. We need our children to unlearn. If your children ain't yet been there, you don't yet have children, great. You got a great start, fresh ground. You don't homeschool, unschool, let's get it done. And while we working, Joy Allen needs some food. Joy Allen need them food vendors to roll through. I can buy merchandise all day. You know what I mean? I get merchandise vendors. I appreciate y'all. Fallon, Terrell Rotan, I appreciate you. I'm buying merchandise all day. Shay Yu, her daughter Lasia, I appreciate you. I'm buying merchandise all day. You know what I mean? Nuke, the Hamet, I appreciate you. Marcia Harris Owens, I appreciate you. I buy products all day. Do y'all hear me? Merchandise. What we got? Merchandise vendors, food vendors. Yeah, Columbus, Ohio. I need some food vendors. Them divination vendors got me in Pittsburgh. I ain't even worried. I already on the divination trail. I got more self-study to do. Shadow work. Speaking of shadow work and other divinations, Matriarchal Magic is in Detroit. I'm excited to go back to Detroit again. I've been requested. I come. I show up. I'm definitely gonna show out. Y'all hear me? Y'all see Ramatef over there? That's that magic. He over shaking him. He gonna tell us in a minute what he over. I know what he doing. He gonna tell us how it came out. Divination, that matriarchal magic. We showing up in Detroit. Tickets, information, paypal.me/Karmic Dynasty is where you make them purchases at. If you need information, contact me at mkdtnt@gmail.com. I'll be there October 16th. That's a Saturday. All my events, I like to have them on a Saturday. I spoke of my mindfulness yesterday. Rewind that video, check it out on my mindfulness. Now, being mindful, we got this. Our health is what she said. Our well-being is what she also said. Latrell DeWitt is back with us. We also have joining us on the panel, Siba Ramotef Queb. Quick note, Lulu left a little bit. She said, Dua, Siba Ramotef Queb. Appreciate you joining us. Latrell's going to carry this show for us right now. Ramotef is over there preparing something. Latrell, we lost you. I'm glad you're back.
something that happens around here where I'm at, my phone and the TV goes out. So I hope it
Oh,
happens.
okay, I thought y'all was having a storm too. It's still thundering over here.
No, that it's something happened yesterday, like a storm and thunder and lightning show. That was like last night around here, but not right now. Something else is going on with signals. Uh, so what was I
Ramita,
thinking?
if you had something you wanted to ask Latrell, or you just here supporting this
I'm here to.
series that you helped create with
I'm
myself
here
and
to.
Brother Matriarch William Ellis, the I Am My Sister's Keeper series. You here just
I'm
for
here to support
support?
and learn, support and
Oh,
to learn because
yeah, I'm here
No,
to
some
support
Rami
things.
Tef.
and learn.
I'm talking. I mean Rami Tef.
Yeah, I'm here to
Okay.
support and learn. On the top
Okay,
of
so did you have some questions you wanted to ask Latrell,
my,
or you just?
for me, it'd be more so start from the beginning because I literally just woke up not too long ago.
Oh no, we about to start from the beginning. Rewind.
I know,
Hey,
right?
we done talked on food. I done got hype getting these food vendors to Pittsburgh and Ohio. I'm hype. I'm in my hype energy, Ramutel. If you know me, you done read my charts. So I honestly busting up that lie you just told. We ain't about to run it. Rewind the video, Ramutel. Rewind that video.
Hey, look,
Gratitude.
help a brother out real quick. But no, but
Bring your sister
honestly,
out right quick.
but yeah, definitely. I came in. Appreciate you, sister Latrell. Thank you for coming in.
You're
Um,
welcome.
definitely. I was listening to parts of everything, and then a lot of the things that you were speaking on was on a lot of things dealing with our health. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So then I started looking. I said, oh, so she has all these different type of products. So as soon as I was as you was showing one that was in the
Last
yeah, it was like a
the wellness stocks.
yeah.
Which one?
That's when that one. Yep.
Okay, that's the ashwagandha.
I oh man.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll put it.
Yeah, I was just looking at a couple of things as we were as it was on because like I said, I just woke up and then as I was looking, I said, oh okay, let me see what's going on. So then I jumped in, want to show you my support. Um, definitely was listening to some of the stuff, but most of the things that I heard before I jumped in, and then as I was in the green room, I started listening to a lot of the aspects that you were bringing, and it's something
Mhm.
that I'm very interested in personally because I'm trying myself to put together things with astrology. You know what I mean? Incorporate
Yes.
a lot of astrology into what we are as a human being
Uh huh.
that supplements our body, and a lot of things that you brought up definitely help with certain aspects of our body. Because first thing we definitely need to all know moving forward, especially this year, is that we got to get control of our health really bad.
Yes. And
Because
that's what the term. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead.
The term for the beverage I got, free your brain, which I think is the most important part in this moment because people bodies are all messed up. Okay, but
Mm-hmm.
until their mind is freed from the clutches of improper education and indoctrination of what's supposed to be good and right for our vessels, it's not we're not gonna I've seen that we're not gonna get too far. And free your brain for the product came from the song that In Vogue sings, free your mind and the rest will follow. I
Yep.
love that song, and it's mainly the music in that particular phrase in their song. The rest of it's like, okay, it's cute, but that part in the music. And then I was thinking about that when I was trying to figure out a name for the herb because of what they do for the brain and the body as a whole. Is okay, free your brain. So I think that's important, and that's why I named it
Mm-hmm.
that because of all those little things. My mind just be like, I be taking my mind herbs, my body herbs, and my mind, I be getting my little space, and I be creating when I'm like at that good energy, good music, good vibration. That's the only time I really create stuff, and that's why I created free. I called it Free Your Brain. I have evidence of all these herbs that's in it because I've used them separately in like little capsule form, and I would take them like 8 or 9. They'd be separate. I decided to put them together because they work so well. But anyway, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that's definitely something to behold. Because so to add value to what you just presented, especially when it comes to the free your brain.
Yeah.
So lessons that I understand with dealing with astrology. We all understand that they always have this body diagram that they show, the world. And if you look it up, cosmology of the body, right?
Yes.
And they always put Aries as the head, Pisces as your feet. Well,
Mhm.
every single one of us has a different configuration than what they're showing.
Mhm.
So, for instance, I always use myself as an example. I have a Taurus. Taurus is my head. Gemini is my feet. So
Okay.
when you understand we're dealing with the Taurus part of me, Taurus represents the throat.
Okay.
So a lot of things that's dealing with my throat affects my mind.
Okay.
And then say for instance someone who has like a cancer rising, right? They rule the stomach.
Mhm.
So anything that's dealing with their stomach is going to affect their brain.
Okay.
And they say for instance if you're a Pisces, Pisces is governed by the feet. So if
Mhm.
things are wrong with their feet, something's going on up here too. And then there's other
Okay.
aspects that will help to it. So those those herbs, those type of particular herbs, because I've been dibble dabbling in little herbs here and there, and then like trying
Mhm.
to put together smoke blends or instant blends and things like that. And then I'm
Wait,
using
to
the
smoke? Hold on,
um
to smoke?
yes,
Oh, my daughter got a thing she does for smoke, a smoke blend.
because
But anyway, go ahead.
yeah, because I learned that if a person want to truly get off of like smoking cigarettes and things like that,
Uh huh.
certain herbs can help be a alternative to get you off of it.
Yeah.
The mission is to get the nicotine out. So there's
Mhm.
certain flowers and certain herbs that you can use that also, help you get rid of the mucus out your body,
Uh huh.
and as
Correct.
well as the parts that gets the tar out too. So if you
Mhm.
stay away from the cigarettes and you make your own little smoke blends with whatever you need,
Mhm.
so you get the whole mission is like you put like say together, let's say 5 herbs, right? Out of
Mhm.
those 5 herbs, you're going to reduce it to 4, 3, 2 to 1. There's a particular herb that's supposed to be that one because that's the herb
Okay.
that helps with the getting rid of the mucus. So
Mhm.
if a person were to put themselves on those type of regimens versus um, the
Patches.
nicotine patches and all that other
Uh.
crazy stupid stuff, because it's like that's not helping.
Mm.
The purpose is to get the nicotine out. Why are you giving me what I need? That's what I always thought. I'm like, why would I want to give my something that I don't want to have in my body no more? So in those type of areas, what's that? Yeah,
Oh,
here
I
we go.
see it now.
That's it right there. That's I ain't want to say
Okay.
that. I ain't want to say the name of the stuff, but that's the stuff that it is. That helps
Okay.
get rid
I
of
know
the
the herb.
mucus. You know.
I assumed you meant mullein as one of the ingredients anyway, because that's one of the herbs in my daughter's concoction that she makes as a roll up, and that's because she has anxiety and asthma real bad, and she said
Mm-hmm.
that helps her. I'm not so much a smoker. When she made them for me, because I have asthma and respiratory issues, I would like just burn them, and I'll just.
Mm-hmm.
I'm big on aromatherapy and taste and
Mm-hmm.
stuff, but not necessarily smoke. So I assumed you meant or guesstimated that mullein was one of the herbs in there, because it's very
Oh yeah.
common popular where I'm at for that purpose.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And
Definitely.
Okay.
I had assumed that's what he meant too, because I was walking around grabbing my mango,
Oh,
and
okay.
I heard what he said, and I've not never been a smoker myself either, but I have some mucus issues sometimes in my lungs,
Mhm.
so I use this to clear. I don't know why I do, but I do. So I use this, and I actually use this in a tea.
Okay.
I use this in a tea form.
That's another way of doing it. Either do it in a tea form, or you can turn it into a aroma, or for
Aromatherapy.
those who smoke, you can turn it into a smoke. Because the whole thing is that there is certain other herbs and things of that nature that you can use. But for myself, I use like different oils or make different oils so I can
Mhm.
put them in my shea butters because I mix them in my shea butters for that specific reason. My job is to
Mhm.
try to reduce the inflammation in the body, but from the skin, coming from the skin going in.
Awesome. From the outside in. Okay. That's
Hmm.
one of my many mantras. That's cool.
I heard that. So yeah, go right ahead and continue. I didn't mean to um.
No, this is awesome. I need people that are on that same space with me because up where I was at, unfortunately, there was few to none. I mean, they talk about or come in and want certain herbs for specific reasons, and what's not in the store in a capsule or loose. or as they seen on a commercial, then it's like, oh no, no, it's not gonna work that way. It has to be this way. But anyway, no, I'm learning too that there's other people out there that are like in that space. And as far as the astrology go, that was something I was invested. I'm not good in astrology like I wanted to be, but that was one of the things that was a part of my original library, a collection on information on reincarnation and astrology
Mm-hmm.
and the whole energy and conducting of energy and breaking the energy and energy cycling correctly and being stagnant or stifled, etc. So, nah, this is awesome. But as far as that, just to continue, because I didn't stay or I don't enunciate some words correctly, I stayed away from connecting things to astrology and divination because I didn't have what I consider a teacher to help me or someone to work on it with me. I was doing it by myself. So certain words that dealing with astrology, I'm all about that too. That's why I use the color wheel of health. That's why I try to research herbs from a modern point of view and also to go in a lot of information actually when I had a serious collection of cookbooks, a lot of information about herbs honestly were in my cookbooks in the many ways they are utilized for physical health, for mental health, for astral, physical, mental, spiritual aspect. It was in there that I found a lot of that, and then I kept coming across more information. If the information is based on or from a what do I call it? From a collecting information point of view, and they just collect it, and it's not biased. Like, oh, because this is what I feel about it. It's just information that is collected. I find and collect books like that, and then I go from there. And as I mentioned to Joyce, some of the things that stand out to me when I'm researching and finding specific information, I'm keeping in mind my intent. Words like the word part of the word umbilical cord is in the Latin word or the Latin word for Shazanda berry, which is chai berry, which is the life berry, etc., and so forth. That is a five flavor fruit. That is a fruit that seems to be having both the colors of both the solar plexus and the sacral plexus, which is, I believe, yellow orange. I mix those up sometimes. And
Mm-hmm.
also, if you look at the seed, you take it out and you look at the seed, it actually looks like an embryo. And so that's how I connect the dots and make sense of what people need, what I choose to put together for people depending on what they give me in their consultation as far as healing them. And it's also
Mm.
something that is a nightshade. So if you have an issue with nightshades and you know it, it might not be something you want to consider, but I suppose to have an issue with nightshades too. But come to find out, that's only the nightshades that are GMO or hybrid. So I use Shazanda berries, and I love them. And they also help to, if your energy is stagnant or backwards, it helps, to get it flowing in the right direction. So I have some aspects of, working with stuff based on people um
Mm.
on an astrological
Amen.
level, but I don't know all the terminology. I don't recall all the terminology. And as I said, I was on this journey alone for a long time. The only person that's really tight and like good about hearing me out and listening to me like, okay, okay, is my king. Many other people that were close proximity that know me since I was like a little person always called me weird, bizarre, and odd because I would rather be at home with my books doing my research because that's my thing than be outside doing stupid girly stuff because they did stupid stuff growing up. I thought it was stupid. I'm like, ew. So, but anyway, just to talk about one fruit and to the depth in which it's useful for and the different levels it's useful for our vessel as a whole. And I'm not talking, like I said, just about the physical aspect. I understand the triad of the physical, mental, and spiritual. Okay, so I do readings. I've had information on that. I no longer have my library is now currently dealing with herbs, spices, and fruits, and it's like varied information. I would love to have sat down with someone who, or studied, or apprenticed under someone who was into voodoo, voodoo, whatever the correct term is. I would love to get into that. My daughter has a talent for something like that. She reads cards. She does what do you call it? She calls it sand hang, but I know she does all that. She does these different things, herbs she harvests. She not forage, she don't harvest. So she does a different degree of what I was researching when I was young, and to me, that's telling me that something in me resonated with her when she was born, and she took up a very who does the seamstress. She's talented in various ways, and besides seamstress, but she does a variation of what I do working with herbs, and she retains information because she's just getting to it and using it at her stage that I used to use, but I had no one to share it with. But she can share with me. She can work it with her sisters. So I'm
Mm,
pretty well rounded in a lot of information, and not just because I read it, but also because I am also taking the fact that when I was growing up, when before they started blacktopping everything and building unnecessary buildings and stuff, we had meadows that had grasshoppers and butterflies and dragonflies. Love butterflies and dragonflies and ladybugs too. And I used to always touch and smell everything, and I used to not out loud talk to them, but talk to them and touch them, and I felt like I was communicating with them. And I understand what we're doing now is not the only way to communicate, and we can communicate with other living life forces besides ourselves. So that's
mhm,
part of my trusted in my capability to put the right stuff together, and to part of my research and comprehending and understanding about the proper use of herbs, even if I did not have the someone to intern under that was older than me. And then remembering all the stuff that my great aunts and my mothers used in cooking, and how the smells make me feel growing up. So their little spice cabinets they did have always near me. So so I kind of like pretty. And then not to mention I did went to a trade school when I was in middle school, and we did do electric, which I love, shop, and that's how I got more into metals, brass, silver, copper, etc., conductors, non-conductors, and the sign for the ankh was always separated. It always looked like an ankh to me. It was just separated, whatever, whatever. And that's another place where I was like really intrigued with energy and how it moves and travels and whatever. And so I just have a lot of information from different places, and I feel like as a female in a patriotic system, they don't really want females knowing this information. So I got my information in pieces, and when I didn't get into school, I went outside of school, and I found my books, or I sat amongst people who were discussing certain things, and I was like, okay. So
heck shit. That's what I'm talking about. So
I love learning,
yeah, because
and
like,
I love useful learning.
and that's what I been wanting to bring out in a lot of the Hamets, because there's so much there's so much that's hidden, that's not
Yes.
being out on the forefront, and it's just
Mhm.
like, what is it that's holding people back? And that's something that I do in my readings. Like, I try to find out what holds people back. What is holding you back? What's keeping you stagnant?
So you mentioned you wanted to help. This was your intention with a lot of Hamets.
Mm-hmm.
Who and what is a Hamet? Talk to us right quick.
Yes.
And
What
then
is
tell
that?
us who it is you helping, so we know who you talking about. Right
All right,
into
so a Hamet, it's a word used in metal nature, or what people call hieroglyphs. So
Uh huh.
Hamet means queen, because a lot of people use that word queen, and if you look up the word queen and certain other words, you'll find out what it actually means in certain ways. And it's
Yeah.
tomato, and then it doesn't matter what people's what they really feel about that word. But for me
Mhm.
personally, I feel that it needs to be changed, because there's a lot of higher vibrations when you call a Hamet, or a Mutnatat, or a Ia, or a Iami, and so
Uh
on and
huh.
so forth. There's so a lot of words that we can use other than being like, hey, like, I know, excuse my acting, but they be like, people like, some women, they be like, hey, queen, or they be like, bitch, and all this other shit. It's like, you don't want to stay in that type of vibration. We don't need that no
No.
more. If you want to stay there, you can go there. You can go to the clubs, pop your ass, and all that other bullshit. Have fun. That's not me right now. Oh, that was me back in my 20s. I'm in
Yes.
my stages of becoming, how you say
that
it.
was me in my 35s and my 30s, 37s. I got a late start.
37.
Yeah, yeah,
Hey.
yeah.
I
I
was
said,
Hey.
wrapped
I
up in that
said,
apostolic faith, but boy, about them 30-ishes, boy, I was tearing the club up.
Well, alrighty then.
that's why I stayed out of it, because with me right now, shoot, I know how I can get. I know exactly how I can get right now. Oh
I didn't got banned from my share of clubs.
God, not me, not I.
Banned.
That's something I never will do. I can't allow people to let me do that. It's like, why would you want me to do that?
Well, I would be the reason why the music would stop playing from the DJ booth.
Oh
I
wow.
was like, get her out of there. I'd be the reason. I ain't gonna tell y'all what I was in there doing, but they'd be like, why the music ain't playing? No, she can't come back in here.
So yeah, so like Hamet is a to me,
So
it's,
hydrogen.
it's not just a
Heard that
title. It's also it's a power because we all understand there's power in the word or words in the
Yes.
power, and
Yes.
to collect that energy of reintroducing what a Hamet is, it's to me it's very powerful because one thing I always knew, well not knew, but things that I started collecting and understanding is that when it comes to the word Nisut or king, right?
Mhm.
There is no king unless a queen chooses him.
Ah.
There is no such thing as a king into the Hamets. When I say Hamets, I'm talking about plural. It's not more than it has to be more than one queen to choose a king.
All right.
And so to raise that status within ourselves and in our household, it's like every man knows we are king of our castle. We already know that. But
Mhm.
when it comes to that actual, foundational purpose that we have when it comes to stepping outside of our castle. Not everybody knows you're king of that castle, but all those Hamets probably will. And if they know, then you know, and you know what your job is, and that's to protect, to serve, and to uplift while they run everything else from marketplace to resources to the home when it comes to taking care of the health. Most of the Hamets know more of the health than we do. We're just embedded with it so that a lot of us masculines, we can teach it all day, but y'all have all the magic in y'all to
Mm.
make it something even crazier than we can even imagine. Because one thing I always learn is that when it comes to energy level, y'all double everything that y'all touch. So when it comes to the energy that we have, when we're around you, the energy doubles. Whatever we're trying to manifest, y'all will double it. And I remember there was a meme or something like that or a video about that type of talk, and I want to say it was doing with some pastor, and he was talking about if you give her this, she's going to double it. If you give her
Mhm.
stripes, she's going to double it back to you, type of thing. So that's when I started like really collecting in myself. Like I need to, for me as a man and as a masculine energy, I need to really balance myself with that type of mentality because a lot of the things that I was growing up on wasn't on none of this. Wasn't on health. If anything was health, the one thing I could say my both of my grandmothers did for me was to make sure that I ate fruit like crazy. When it came to
Mhm.
vegetables, you could not. You cannot help me, not get me to eat vegetables. For some reason, I didn't like them. If it's potatoes, I would tear some potatoes up in some gumbo. Oh yeah, definitely. And then my
That's
one
a
grandma,
start.
she would make what do you call it? They call it what is it called? It's called Watergate salad. I didn't know that's the term that they called it, but
Oh wow.
my grandma would
Watergate
always
salad.
make that for me, and it was only for me. For me. Anybody else in the family, I didn't. It's like this is mine. She made this specifically for me, so that she's letting me know that she's trying to get me healthy, even though there's a lot of whipped cream in it. But at the same time, she's trying to make sure that I get that substance, rather if it's hidden in some sugar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then with my other grandma, she makes a gumbo, but the way that she makes gumbo is a little bit different. It's not as a lot of. It doesn't have a lot of sodium. I put it like that
Okay.
at all. Like she does a great job, even though she still puts sausages and shrimp and whatever else. But she makes sure that she gives us enough what is needed. She puts a lot of okra and things of that nature, other vegetables in that, because that's her way of getting me to eat vegetables.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
when it comes to what you're um, introducing to everyone on the platform and to myself, I know for a fact it's whew, people just gotta know. Like this is a real deal Holyfield fight. You feel me?
Yes.
It's a real deal Holyfield fight because
Hey.
boy, it's something else.
She keep popping in and out. Her thing's doing it too.
No, that's me. That's me. That's me.
Well,
That's just me.
no, I'm saying Joy Allen video is popping in and out again.
No, that's me. That's me taking her in and out. This is me taking her in and out.
Oh. Oh, okay.
I keep trying to hit the button to put it in. So yeah, go ahead and continue. what other information you have to give to the people?
Um, if you're still consuming, everyday food, like the key thing for me to share with people that I thought was most important is, as you point out to your grandmother, she added stuff in, her gumbo to make sure you get your vegetables, still with the meat and all other stuff, easy on the sodium, lots of vegetables, and you consumed it. You had a specific dish that she made. You said it was the Watergate salad, and it got you your nutrients, even though there was, the stuff that we could do without in it. That's pretty much one of the things I did when I first started cleaning up and to incorporate my children. One of the things I did was my son made the mistake of saying out loud, "I don't eat spinach." I said, if you're not allergic to it and you never tried it you never said you didn't say you don't like it, then how you know you don't like spinach? So I started adding a lot of vegetables, pureed or juiced, in my red sauce. As long as it wasn't too off color, they consumed it. So that's one of the things I did as regards to incorporate my children. Prior to, as far as food goes, and one of our favorite dishes, which is spaghetti. My spaghetti always has vegetables in it, but I started to try to add more other green stuff in it, chlorophyll rich stuff. And one of the things I got in there when I didn't get carried away was spinach, and they ate it. So that's something I did when incorporating your children and you're trying to transition. I like to use the word transition because everybody don't have the means then and now, or the know-how or the confidence to just gung ho it. I did that. That was not smart for me as a single mother at the time with small children still in school. Ooh. Anyway, so cleaning stuff up, adding stuff in, not making it so visible, especially when you're incorporating children. Definitely using the color wheel of health. Like I said, I either juiced or grind up stuff. I would add basic herbs that you might find in a red sauce for spaghetti, like oregano, thyme. I went from having dried herbs to using fresh herbs. It amassed the flavor of spinach. Then I would throw some turmeric in there and some ginger in there because that's circulation and information and whatnot. They was gonna get their nutrients. They was gonna get what they needed. And then when they were growing up, I made what I called salad sandwiches. I liked cold cuts growing up. Um, my favorite one was turkey and ham at the time, but then just turned to just turkey. Long story short, everything that I did for myself, I did for my children. If they wanted something different, I would add that on. But basically, as far as getting them to eat better in a transitional mode, when they were smaller, I started making sandwiches, and I would always have like lettuce, tomatoes, sprouts, and I learned and understood that sprouts were micronutrients, very dense nutrients, and they loved it when they were younger. At some point, it got to a point where they didn't want, especially when they was around more other children in school, and the school started saying, "I can't send them with their lunch." So, whatever. They started, wanting other stuff.
Might have lost her again.
Latrell.
Hmm.
Okay, so while we look and see, while I check and see, Charbet had asked, I don't know if it was addressed or not, because I was going to grab my mango, possibly.
Hmm.
Did we address what herbs are connected to the throat? Possibly. Did we?
No, 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 no.
Okay.
Um, so for me, the way I've been looking at it is like, again, like I was describing earlier, you have the head. For me specifically, you have the head. As my head is Taurus, so Taurus runs the throat. So whatever is needed for the throat, I always to start off on a basic level is on a basic level, look up what herbs or fruits are good for Taurus. Then you start to put those things in together, and then once you start to put that in perspective, like for instance, I know I got one in here. Let me look for it real quick. So I be like all over the place with this stuff. Um, one second.
And then we'd also have to consider our personal ourselves specifically, which I mentioned earlier,
Mm-hmm.
because yeah, Taurus is such a broad range, and then there's individualism in Taurus even still.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that'd be a great start.
So here's a
One
great start
option.
for start. So you got strawberries, daisies, lavender. Those are good things for certain with plants and a fruit that goes well with a Taurus, or how you say Taurus plants in a sense. The reason for the strawberries is because of the certain aspects that it can give you when it's coming dealing with certain body parts. Most people will correlate it with the heart. Some will correlate it with certain other parts of your body. When it comes to a daisy is more for the fragrance or more for the smells, and lavender as well. But lavender also helps you will soothe certain things in your body. So like when I use it in my smoke blends for my aroma parts, I use lavender and other mixes too. But that lavender is what gives the calmness of the body in a sense. And then depending on where it's at and what else you're adding to it, well, it gets into its own effects here and there and so on and so forth. But yeah, there's like a whole bunch of things, but more so, if anything, just look up dietary dietary. Hold on, no, I don't want to lose that because that's what my divination was talking about. I'll go back to it later. Ain't no biggie. But because I was looking it up a little while ago. I just gotta find it. And I'll tell you the site. I'll tell you the site that I started off on. There's a multitude of sites that I've been going on and then studying and then books wise too. Um, to get like a start and go. Is it? Are you able to see it? Yeah. This will be a
Yes,
book
we
to
can
start
see it.
off with. If you want to learn into like herbs and things of that nature, this is like another introduction. I know there's a book from Layla, the Transition Seed book, Dr. Layla Africa as well. But for myself, this is where I started from, and the reason for it is because what grabbed my attention when it talks about a little bit of ritual stuff here and there, but with me being in a person, a practitioner of divinations, and so on and so forth, there are a sector in here that talks about the stones as well as the herbs that's dealing with certain zodiacs and things of that nature. So, for instance, just like a preview, if you're able to see it, I don't think you're going to be able to see it, but let's see. Like when it comes to tarots and things of that nature, right? It gives like their version of what they feel tarot is, and then what sign, planets, things of that nature, and it gives you a little bit of details. But at the same time, you want to make sure you study which ones that you want. So like there's a sector in here specifically, and I had a card on it as well. That's funny, but it's like on herbs and astrology. So that's what gave me the motivation, I should say, when looking into that. When looking into that, and then there's like a couple other books here and there, but at the same time, um, when it comes to that, I'll go ahead and look for what it would say Taurus wise. One second. So let's say, and we know Taurus is ruled by Venus, right? So when it comes to Venus, we're saying these herbs are highly recommended for the sullen and unhappy, particularly when in those state of distress are caused by a lack of social grace, and so on and so forth. When they talk about low plants from Venus and things of that nature, and then I'll notice that our plants on this planet, there's certain particular plants that grow when a certain planet is in a certain constellation, and then on top of that when it grows at night or in the daytime, so that same energy that we get from the sun is also affecting these plants as well. So certain plants, let's say if you're growing like a um what's for instance daisy, right? You can probably make a whole another version of a daisy if you were to grow the daisy within the energy of, let's say, Pluto or Jupiter, so on and so forth. Each one of these planets and even ourselves are all affected by these frequencies and energies from these different planetary bodies. And once a person like Latrell, like the Hamet Latrell, who's putting together the information that she's getting from downloadings and from the studying that she's doing and understanding these herbs and these fruits and these vegetables and things of the substance that we actually need in our body, it can go a long way, especially if you start to literally sit back and do your readings on a lot of the things that we're trying to build up, not just within self, because it has. Well, I don't know. Let me start over. This type of work is something that you have to do with self. You have to do it with yourself. You have to study what you can study. Always know that there's someone who knows more than you, but don't allow it to, you know, take away your character, take away your life. There's always going to be someone out there. But for you specifically, you need to understand what you're getting into when it comes to what type of work or what type of anything that you're doing. If you're on a mission to help not just yourself but for the people, know what you're doing. Find that what you're doing. Don't just go straight to a master teacher and things of that nature. First, do the work yourself. And then when you get lost and things of that nature, just like we did in school, what would our parents always do tell us? Go to the teacher. But and then, or if you're at home and your mom is the one that mainly helps you in certain areas, but she knows that your dad is good at math, what is your mama going to tell you? Go to your daddy. Bring to see your dad. And then depending on what type of person he is, he'll probably help you or he probably not. It all depends on what type of male you're dealing with. But when it comes to that Taurus, um, that Taurus part dealing with this second house, healing, sound to the second house. Oh no, I'm not about to read this to y'all. This is too much. This is too much. This is a little bit too much. That's on a whole nother tip right there. Yeah. So let's say, I'll find one. Give me a few seconds. I'll be able to find one that will definitely help with the throat. One of them is being Mullen. I know that much. Um, Mullen definitely
While you
helps.
do that, I'm announcing that I have reached out to Latrell, and she had popped out of the studio a few times before this last time, and she had made 2 attempts to come in. So I'm not sure what happened in her area that she was sharing with us,
Mm,
and so I'm waiting on her feedback to see her response to see if she'll come back in the studio today. If
mm,
not, um, Ramotef and I are going to wrap it up. I have a 2 p.m. broadcast Eastern Standard Time with Charbay of Shari Berry Studios. So I would then be preparing for that broadcast, and
mm.
Ramotef might maybe be in on that presentation as well. It is a special edition of I Am My Sister's Keeper, the series, which is an open platform. This series is, and so the link is in the description for that video as well. Ramotef is searching, seeking to find right now. So he is with you right now. Gratitude.
Mm. So like one apple blossom. Look up what apple blossom does. Another one would be apricot. Another one. Mm, mm. Lemons always. That's something I always use personally. Lemons break up a lot of stuff with the throat. Definitely with the definitely a lot of it in the mucus. Um, fig wort. Uh, Mm, and well, I'm gonna go to Mullen because I know Mullen's one. Mullen definitely won.
I found this to be the one, like at the top of the list.
Mm,
This is that one.
that's definitely one. That's definitely one. That one specifically, definitely. You talk about all the properties, and then it was you learn about certain other combinations that I'm trying to learn. I'll be doing a whole bunch of experimenting on myself pretty soon. But but yeah, there's certain things. So I recommend those if you're trying to look at certain parts of the human body and you know about astrology in the body, correlate the herbs, the planetary herbs, not just for the things that we do in rituals, but more so in the things that we would do to utilize to help the body. Because there are herbs that you use in rituals, there's herbs that you can use for the body, for the mind, for all kind of parts of your body, even with energy if you wanted to. Candle magic, all that stuff. But health is should be the first thing that we do. Getting your health right. Because when you start to really start playing with magic, if your body ain't right, your mind ain't right, everything's gonna go wrong. You're gonna be like, why isn't this ritual working? Why is this magic thing not working? I'm sorry to tell you, it's because your body ain't right. Yeah, mine definitely ain't right because you don't have the right intentions because all them chemicals that you put in your body is messing up all your energy. That's a secret. Shh. But yeah, but um, yeah, we gave what about 10 more minutes? Give about 10 more minutes, maybe about 10 more minutes. All right. So
Ramutef and Mother Matriarch Selima Ellis and I created the I Am My Sister's Keeper, the series. So he is a voice. He is a voice around here. He is a say so. He is an authority around here. So he say 10 more minutes. We doing 10 more minutes.
no doubt, no
I
doubt.
have till 2 p.m. So I sit here with y'all till 2 p.m. And then I roll with y'all till Charbet get done. Yesterday I went. What was that yesterday? The day before yesterday, I got on the live at 2 o'clock Monday. Then it rolled right into
Yeah.
6. I sat in the chair from 2 p.m. to like 8:30 p.m. This is what I do, y'all. It's
Mm,
this or grab this books. You know, I ain't even opened this book yet. This is what I'd be sitting here doing. So I sit here with y'all in conversation. I'd rather learn from each one of you. And this is like the last straw. This is what I do after I talk to y'all. I sit on the phone in conversation with y'all, some of y'all in this audience, in the comments, the Ramech. I sit on the phone and talk to y'all, learn from y'all. Some of y'all come to my house. Apparently, I'm cooking for you. You know what I mean? I do that. So sitting on here and I'm working with Ramutef and some other people like Siba Kepper Patah to work on my calmness and being more comfortable and relaxed and not so uptight and fired up and 0 to 10 real quick. So I am getting I'm chilling with y'all. If I'm opening up a book, because that's what it's just time to do. But nah, I'll be working. So again, I'll sit here till 2 o'clock. I know tomorrow, man,
oh, you gonna be busy. Ooh.
busy. Tomorrow I have a 12 o'clock here, and that is a Zoom meeting. I found my voice with Van Miller. It is a live meeting every Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
It was my intention to promote that Zoom meeting and encourage people to just go attend. You don't have to go and talk or be, you can go and sit in observance capacity like this. I'm going to keep expressing that. So after that meeting, after my broadcast with Vanessa Henderson Van Miller, she asked me if there was a way I can stream her Zoom meetings to my platform. I was like, for sure, we could do that. So you probably when I attend the meetings, I am straight most times in an observance capacity like this. Ramutef be in the Zoom meeting, he'll tell you I be straight like this.
And I'll be just like this in the car.
So yeah, you can go into the Zoom meetings if you feel more comfortable. You can watch those Zoom meetings here on Facebook and or YouTube, depending on where you're viewing from. So
Hmm.
then, and on there, I'm gonna have a ticker encouraging people to go over to the Zoom meeting. You can speak freely over there. You don't have to be the featured guest to speak. And when you go attend, you'll find that out. It's comfortable, neutral environment. And so 12 o'clock. And the thing is with that Zoom meeting, we never know when it's going to be over. We don't know how long they're going to be. So sometimes I don't pop into one to an hour later or 45 minutes in, or I might just grab the last half hour because it goes on for hours. So with that being said, that 12 o'clock p.m. might run into my 4 o'clock. The Hamet Nuke, she'll be on here, and then 5:30, I have another broadcast. Representative from USAR will be on here, and then at 7 p.m., Brother Sankofa gonna be on here. So I'm probably gonna be, with the Zoom meeting, I can move around and I can hear and what's going on, everything, because I'm just gonna be streaming it for Vanessa's platform. I'm just gonna be a source where y'all can view it. But yeah, probably about 4 o'clock ish to probably 9 or 10 p.m. I'm gonna be in a chair broadcasting. Tomorrow's gonna be that day. And Friday I have one scheduled broadcast. I have some pending ones, and I'll probably put them in the next week to not overwhelm myself. But really, it's what I thought. Like, oh, I'm be busy. But I'm really comfortable. I'm just sitting around, and whatever I need to do, I'm probably just mute my mic, stop my camera, and get up and go do it. Probably.
Hmm.
What
Hmm.
I do is here. This is what I do. And I've not been to my office, and mostly what I do is mobile. So I work primarily from home. I've not been to my office for an appointment in probably 2 or 3 weeks. And I actually got some appointments I need to set up. I got some tax clients that's needing some assistance. So next week, yeah, is another story. I'll be at the office helping some tax clients out. And Saturday, yep, it's gonna be eventful. I'll be at my grandmother's funeral. Sunday, Tech and Salima gonna be on here with a double feature, movie preview, movie review. And so yeah, next week, Saturday, I'll be in Pittsburgh with Ramutef. So, next Monday through Thursday, I'm gonna have a broadcast or two. And scheduling the people that would like to come on here and show their face and share their intentions, their greatness. And I appreciate everybody who comes on here. Latrell looks like she might not make it back in here today, but I definitely, okay, hold on. She said, all right. I don't know if that means she's coming or she's like, okay, I hear you. Latrell, you come back in, we here. A few more moments, few more minutes. Ramutef said, I appreciate her time.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
she gave us so much of her time today,
Hmm.
so much of her energy. And it's continuous from watching her live videos. She's a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of knowledge. And she mentioned her library. She is a library. Her live videos, they don't be repeating themselves. They're not the same. She is like forever with some knowledge for you. I suggest y'all go check her out on Facebook and watch some of her live videos and learn more. If you have specific items you need to talk to her about, you can comment during the live videos. You can hit her up in Messenger chat. Her email address is right here below. And I'm pretty sure you can send her a gift. Her Cash App is down there as well. All right. So I just mentioning how much I appreciate her because I'm gonna stay in touch with her. That's how I know about Shepherd's Purse. Can you see this? Yep, that's how I know about Shepherd's Purse. Because Latrell told me so. And I drink this in a tea. I use it as a tea.
Which one's that one?
Shepherd's
Oh,
purse.
separate person. Oh, that's just that's what he was telling me about.
Yep, for
I'm like a
internal
what?
bleeding and
I'm
to
like
help
a
with
what?
hemorrhaging and other stuff.
I said what? A shepherd's purse? What?
Shepherd's purse. That's what I said when she talked. Said shepherd. What? When she said it, and I had to say what, like out of natural response, but I already knew she was confident in what she was talking about because I sure wrote down what she said. But
Mm-hmm.
myself was like, huh? I went on and hit up Google, see where I can buy it. I got it just from Amazon.
Mm,
So I use this. I drink it in a tea.
mm,
And it only needs a little bit of added sweetener for me.
mm. Some honey. You be alright.
Just a little bit. Cause for real, cause me, I eat honey by the spoonfuls. So I do the sweeteners. I ain't shy with it, but I really do my best to minimize it. So
Well,
this you only need a
this
little
one.
bit.
Oh yeah. Can y'all see it? I don't think you can see it.
Japanese, not weed honey.
Mm-hmm. This
It's
is good.
not weed. It's honey.
Yeah, that's something really good. And that, a whole bunch of things. Um, oh shit.
Ramatep, you know, I remember we did this broadcast and we each, I forget what we saw. I think it was the conscious community. What was that first I Am My Sister's Keeper, the series
Oh,
episode we did?
oh yeah, the secret wars of the conscious community.
Secret Wars of the Conscious Community. Was that the broadcast where we broke out our library, part of our library
I think it was the second one. It might
books?
have been the second one. Might have been the second one we did.
Because right now I feel like we about to break out parts of our pantry. Because I sure got some stuff I can share with y'all.
This is a health. This is a health talk today. Like I was in there pulling out books when it comes to like putting everything together for um I don't know how I got to this understanding of using all different type of techniques when it comes to dealing with herbs, fruits, vegetables, just supplements, things of that nature. Starting off with understanding the palm reading. Before any of all that, my journey actually started with here, massage therapy. I got this book in 2003 when I graduated, and I have been having that since then. So this is what got me into everything for real, when it comes to dealing with the beginning of my journey of understanding energy chakras, so on and so forth, because I didn't know that massage went into that area until I went to college and things of that nature, and then that's when I really found out. Then understanding getting your hands into palm reading, because one thing I understood about this palm reading is that this all seeing all the lines and everything else, that's cool and dandy. But for me, dealing with astrology, most people don't know their time. So with them not knowing their time, there's ways to finding out what their time is, and one of the secrets is basically palmistry. The other part is aura readings, and then mixing it all, coming into tarot and astrology. Those four things that I showed the audience, from massage to palm to aura, and then dealing with cards and astrology. This is going to get you into so many different avenues when it comes to dealing with not just your health, linking up with the sister, the Hamet. Hold on, I was just starting something. Oh yeah, and understanding like certain parts of herbs, fruits, anything that you can get your hands on that's going to be vital to your education, to your children's education, because eventually one of them is going to pick it up. It don't matter if it's dealing with the cards, any type of divination, any type of science, because that's all it's going to involve into them understanding some type of science or some type of industry, some type of what's that word, um occupation in the industry world, into cosmetics, so on and so forth. And then with us promoting the tour on the Karmic Dynasty tour, especially the one that's in Ohio, that's all this that I'm talking about right here. Is not just correlating with my own stuff, for the Neteru Tep, but it's also going leading into homeschooling because there's so much things that we can do as a people. And from the brother that was on yesterday, that's someone who, gave a solution, which I thought was very, very, very great. And I applaud him for that. Definitely applaud the brother for that. Because that's the person who's coming with a solution. And everybody wants a solution, and it's okay to take these solutions. It really is. Not everybody is a leader. Always take that in. Not everybody's a leader, but there's people out there that are leaders, that are here to change a lot of things and aspects that can turn everything around for a lot of us in this community. And not even just in this community, but we're talking about just in the diaspora, for real, for real. And then having this going on, hold on. Yep. Having this going on right here, this is going to be one of the stars. This is a solution right here. And that's what, and my understanding of how I view my sister's keepers is for all of our hermets to come out with these solutions. Because y'all are the key. When it comes to everything, y'all are the ones who keep the nation up. Y'all are the ones who build the nations. Y'all are the ones that do practically everything. But there's something going on that's a lot of us are not catching on to, especially us masculine. But for the Hamets, yeah, y'all got this. Y'all just, I don't know. I just feel like I need a push here and there. That's all.
For real, for real. Now, Ramatef share, I'm gonna share. So Ramatef earlier, and I'm breaking out my notes now. Feet. I heard you mention your feet and how it's some down there is connected up here. Mm-hmm. So your first toe, we call it the big toe, maybe. It is connected with your head, your brain area. Right beneath, like in the under your toe, right, your big toe, right before it bends, that area is connected to the pituitary gland. All right, your left foot, the toe next to the last toe is connected to your sinus. That same toe on your right foot is connected to your neck. The area right here on your foot, this area is connected to your lung and your heart on your right foot. Same on your right foot under there, like right in the middle, like where the arch is at, is the stomach. It's connected there. On the outsides of your feet, near the back, near your heel, is connected to your colon. And on your right foot, different parts of you, two other parts of your colon. Mm-hmm. Now on your right foot and your left foot in the back, that's connected to your lower back, your hip, your knee, your ankle, and your feet. Left foot under your last toe, right under there, that's your arm area and your shoulder in there. So either way, like in your middle toe, that's connected to your eyes and your ears, et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. All right, that's just some things I wanted to share with you all. So take care of your feet. Take care of your feet. I mentioned earlier that I was assisting somebody. I give them the shea butter, the raw white shea butter, which Ramotef Quev hit me to. I give them this recommendation to use this on their feet because that stuff, when you got issues with your feet, that's something else. You need to take care of your feet. Because if you ain't taking care of what's going on with your feet on the outside, I'm pretty sure you got issues inside and it comes out to the outside. The stuff comes out. I need y'all to take care of y'all feet. And so one thing, all that outward stuff would be like smells, for example. Your feet should not smell, should not have them issues, should not clean your feet properly. Make sure you get in between each toe. Make sure you keep your nails trimmed and clean. Work on that. I appreciate y'all. Some people they be quick to break out their flip-flops and sandals. I'll be like, no. You spend all that money on them cute ass shoes and you can't even take care of your feet right. Focus, people. Focus.
Oh man.
Focus. Cause Shea Butter, Ron will tell how much one of these costs if we get it from you.
I don't know. It all depends on level.
Yeah, and I don't even know how many ounces this is, but I bought it, and it don't cost as much as them damn shoes them people is wearing thinking they cute.
Having. That's all I do.
This don't cost as much as them shoes them people wearing thinking knowing they know it. They know they cute. Them crusty, cracked up heels on the back of your feet is not cute, boo boo. It's not cute. Get you some shea butter and take some time and massage your feet. About 30 minutes. Give yourself some time. Y'all be rushed to go to the shoe store. You rush to try the shoes on. Can you rush to go sit down and just rub your feet? Just feel yourself. Y'all be feeling yourself. Feeling yourself. Feel your feet. Feel them for like 30 minutes. Be patient with yourself. Don't be quick to dress every damn thing up. And don't be quick to run and go get some surgery and correct everything and dress it up. Take care of yourself. And as Ramutef said, and I definitely support it, your physical and your mental health goes with self. Them shoes ain't self. Them purses ain't self. Them outfits, y'all be styling and profiling, that is not self. Now, if you want to go against what I'm saying, you saying, yes, that's self, you go ahead. That's yourself. You manage all of that. You manage yourself. But I'm going to go back against you and say, your crusty, cracked up ass heels ain't cute. Boo. You ain't never going to come for me on that one. I stand my ground. Period. It's not cute. Moving forward, clothes. Get you some in your pantry. Get you some clothes in your cabinet. CLOVES. Clothes. Sometimes all I do is boil them just so I can smell it. I swear. I boil that with some cinnamon and some basil. I just put like Latrell. I just go in my pantry and make it happen. I grab and what I can smell it, and then I go in my cabinet. I know what to grab, and I sometimes just boil stuff just to smell it in my life. Turmeric root. I use this for like quick coloring purposes of my food. For the principle and purposes of turmeric, I use the actual root. And it's said to be the cousin, it's said to be the golden ginger. Turmeric is said to be the golden ginger. I use the turmeric root. Some people say turmeric, tomatoes. It's got a whole TUR, so I say turmeric. Get you some. Yeah, my son said get you some. Manzanilla. So this is dried dandelion flowers. I use this for my tea. And it don't see it only costs $1.79, but it's actually a little bit less in the store.
Oh,
yeah, I use this for my tea.
All that stuff.
What's that?
Buds. This is rosebuds.
Oh yeah, and I meant to. Latrell mentioned that earlier, and I meant to ask her, or at least let her know I came across rose jam. Oh, it's beautiful on toast. Beautiful. My grandkids tear it up. And me, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna put that on them. I do it too. Moringa, get you some.
Moringa, all that stuff.
I make tea with this. I got a granddaughter who has eczema, and I make her a bath with oatmeal moringa, and what's the other one? The green tea. Moringa, did I just say that? I can't think of the name of it right now, but I use that in her bath to help her skin, along with the soap from Marcia Harris Owens. She got
She got that soap, boy.
that one soap. I can't even think of the name of it right now. She got that soap, goat's milk soap. She got that goat milk soap, and my granddaughter used that to help her eczema. And
Mm-hmm.
now, speaking
This
of
a
health
monkey
and
farm.
well-being, I already told y'all my substitute for chocolates. If you need a substitute, you probably got your own. It's cool. I told y'all mine. My substitute for popcorn and chips, little finger snack food, something salty. I roast pumpkin seeds. Now, this is like a quick one for me. Pumpkin or squash. Most times, majority of the time, I take the seeds out myself. I buy the pumpkin or the squash and take it out myself. This is you know, you gotta clean it, dry it, all that stuff. I use this as like a quick snack. It's already out. I don't have to clean it and all that stuff. So this is when I'm having a quick moment. What you call a drive-through, fast lane, fast food. This is fast food. Fast food. Now, my son, I'm working on him. He's transitioning on some things. I had to show him the importance of reading labels. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that means all this stuff I will put in like almost anything when I'm cooking. Some people want to think this just for fish. This ain't just for fish. Don't get caught up. This ain't just for seafood. Don't get caught up.
I'll be caught up in the bull.
This is good for them things. If you cooking it, you can put some celery on it, some red pepper, some black pepper, and paprika. I know y'all cook with that. I know y'all do. Ramutif, where we at? What you want to do?
Well, we can close the broadcast.
Oh, well, Sweet Pea, peace and love to you as well on YouTube. Definitely, peace, gratitude. I am one of your hosts, Joy Allen of Karmic Dynasty, and I welcome you all to the platform I Am My Sister's Keeper, the series. Another creator of the series is Ramutef Queb, along with the third creator, the Mother Matriarch Salima Ellis herself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out of here. Peace.
Peace.
All right, I'm gonna leave y'all in the great good hands of Ramutef Queb, and I'll see whoever's gonna meet me at 2 p.m. for the next I Am My Sister's Keeper, the special edition, the series with Charbet. This Mother Matriarch Salima Ellis info down here. You'll see her Sunday. You interested in hearing her real quick, real soon? Check her out Sunday on the platform.
Mm-hmm.
Karmic Dynasty. Who did I just mention before her?
The next broadcast with Charbet.
Charbet. Yes. Gratitude. Okay.
So we shall see y'all.
Yeah, here go her information.
Yep. And we shall see y'all at 2:00. Is it at 2? Yeah, it should be at 2.
Eastern Standard Time, yes.
All right, everyone. Peace, y'all. Achira, Mahotep.